Hello guys, yeah, I forgot to unmute myself, so okay, it's time to get back to business. Mr. Trent put the account on 2800, so let's see if he wakes up where this account will be, if it will be on 3000 or on 2500. So anyway, it's well, let's get started as soon as possible because, well, no time to lose. And well, we are all very eager to get some asses kicked. Anyway, so let's take some challenges and all right. Actually, we're supposed to play only premium members. I'm not sure this is a premium member.
Well, you can abort it.
Yeah, so I abort this one.
Just accept, yeah.
Yeah, so only premium members because that's why we were here. All right. Maybe a few guys.
All right.
Okay,
Good luck
Lawrence.
with it.
Thanks. Take
Thanks.
care.
All right.
Mr. AP Nikion. Maybe I played him already myself on my account. So I don't know if there's still some hard feelings left. But anyway. Playing a Queen's Gambit. I don't know if you guys, if you're still awake or you just woke up. Anyway, I had a little sleep, but anyway, I feel like quite fresh, ready to take on you guys. So this, what my opponent did, bishop takes c3, bc3. It's a bit premature because, well, now you never have this. Well, you want to have this possibility of playing knight e4 and knight takes c3 and then bishop takes c3 and then the rook will fall on c. So it's normally not a good idea to take just on c3 if you're not really being forced to do so.
This is for downstairs, just in case you need to leave the building. Okay.
I have one card.
Oh, you have a card?
Yeah.
I'll just leave it anyway.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay. Some last minute advices of Mr. Trent, how to deal with you guys. So now he has left the building, so I hope you understand you're in for the real thing. So this was just a warming up and the real massacre is going to take place now. Alright, so as you can see, I have now my knight on c4 going by tempo, and I will probably take the center, but already my structure is extremely solid, c3, d4, e3. So my opponent he likes to stop me from playing g3 or e4. So it's not a bad move, in fact, because it's kind of hindering my development. So now I need to think what I want. Probably I just want to build up a center. So let's. Although I prefer to have first bishop on g2, and somehow this is annoying me. This says Banterthon I am. So that is really not what it's supposed to be, but I mean, we're here for the sake of Mr. Trent to increase his ego by putting his rating on 3000. This is my goal. Maybe I can get it to 3000, who knows. So this queen could be a bit out of place here, because it's really, well, at some point I will play this move e5 and then this queen is cut off from the play here in the center. Yeah, c5, that's fine. Takes, but well, if he could play now a move like rook c8, he would be doing fine. However, okay, soon my knight will land on d6 and I'll be controlling the c8 square. So and his queen is still out of play, so let me just, should I put the knight here, or maybe I will try to check him first if he's going to defend the b7 pawn. Because knight d6, maybe can still play bishop to c6 and then defend his stuff. I think after rook c8 I can just take on b7. Don't see any problems with that. Yeah, so now basically, since he played b6, so really he doesn't have any more options how to stop me from playing knight d6 and controlling the c file. Maybe he can still, well, he should try to challenge this knight on d6. This knight on d6 is simply too strong. So maybe even just play knight e8 or something like that. So, okay, he just makes this move. Okay, let me just put my rook on the open file. That cannot be bad. So now, for example, if he's trying to be funny, like bishop a4, I go queen takes a4, rook takes d6, e5 and the pin. Sorry, pin, fork. Yeah, so he's trying to get his queen back to play. This is a bit, of course, he's trying to annoy me here a little bit. And it's not that simple, I have to admit. So let me just move my king out of the check on e3. Still, I feel like it's not so going so well. My position is not that solid. Yeah, so now he's going fishing. Very fine, but okay, I will just put my bishop on f1. He was going to play knight f4 anyway, so I make this prophylactic move. So, yeah. Okay, now it's extra time to make sure that this knight on d6 is solid. Okay, now what he should do is at least try to get his knight to f4. Actually, maybe there was even an option that he could play queen to h4. I don't know, well, not really threatening knight g3 check, but at least threatening to take here. But now let's say, okay, I centralize my stuff. He's going there. And let me just threaten mate. and he's playing f5. This is of course a little bit, well, do I have to take? If knight takes, you can take with the queen. So okay, I take with the pawn. So knight takes and queen to e5. It's still looking good, but my opponent has little time as well, so it's... But of course we like to win on the board, because actually I'm like to be remembered as a chess player, not as a guy who's just flagging people. So rook b8. Don't know yet what to do. Let me just attack his queen to see where he's going. And now I'll take here, and I have knight f7, queen d5, knight takes d8, defending the queen. All right. So it was not such an easy game to start with, but all right, I'm playing Mr. Darkbone. Let's go. Of course, back in the days that when I was playing the Melody Amber tournaments in Monaco, we used to play online with a group of GMs. Basically, at that time it was really very dangerous just to play online, because I mean we were sitting there, me, Kramnik, Shirov, Topolov, all hang out together, and so and we're beating up some guys on some secret accounts. We had some fun. So yeah, so basically this game, basically white allowed black to have the most aggressive setup, allowed me to put this bishop on b7, and himself, although very solid, like he has the pawns on g2, f3, e4, I mean, but basically white would actually prefer to have pawn on f4, bishop on f3, more aggressive approach. But he played a bit too solid in the opening, so now it's black is without any problems. Actually, the only way actually to really to play this position now for white is to prepare a sacrifice on b5 and then to take on d6 and to have 3 pawns for the piece. It's actually kind of interesting way to play. But it's only possible if you're possible to take on d6 with check, which after castling is not going to happen. Well, this is of course knight to a2 is definitely a step into the wrong direction, because this knight is not well placed on a2. Especially also it opens for me the possibility at some point to play a move like which I'm going to play now, d5, because since the knight left the building, he allows me just to attack his center, and okay, now I have 2 knights in the center. It looks very threatening to me. And look at this poor knight on a2, completely out of place. So he's trying to escape with his queen, but because of this move, he allows me to play bishop g5, because he just left the diagonal. So I'm attacking the rook, and you see, I'm kind of entering the house. yeah, it looks like all kind of white pieces are not very well coordinated. Yeah, so, but okay, now he's giving up exchange, which, well, actually I have this knight on e3, which I could, well, it's just such a strong knight. I don't want to take this invisible rook, but okay, let's do it anyway, because now the next knight is coming in. Yeah, so we are just being a change up, which, well, some point I want to play e5 to open up the rook, to change the rooks, and then the next rook is coming in. Yeah, well, if you play Sicilian, I mean, you have to play it in the spirit of the Sicilian, because um, basically the only real way to punish black for playing Sicilian is to mate black. So if you don't mate black, you've done something wrong. So basically this move, that's just a passive move. Passive moves generally no good. That can be, you can consider that as a rook. So this knight is jumping, but jumping to where? Nobody knows. And I'm just ready. Okay, now I'm putting pressure on the b2 pawn. My opponent is playing passive. That's what I like to see, because playing passive means no danger for me. And I'm just going to push these pawns, and at some point the guy will crack. Okay, attacking the queen, so pay attention. But the queen is good because I foresee potentially the f-file is going to be opened. Okay, first I want to play, because if I play e4 here, we can still close it, but I will play f4 first. If knight g4, h5, winning a piece. So now really this bishop on b7 is becoming a monster. So now again. So now I have a few interesting options. Okay, let me just play this kind of tricky move. Actually, I wanted to ready to take on g2 right away, but I was not sure if it's winning. But now, for sure, it's winning. Okay, but look at this pin over the e-file. The poor guy. So Mr. Trent was very happy to have that he managed to get his rating to 2800, but I am putting the goal on 3000. So hope you guys are ready for that. 8 hours of banter session with me. All right, thank you, guy. Let's move on. No time to lose. Mr. Penguin Do. Whatever. You're playing the dangerous international master Banterthon. Who might that be? So, okay, we just like to play positional chess. We just take it easy, hoping that our opponent is going to make some positional mistakes. Maybe he'll try to mate us. Then, okay, then we need to defend ourselves. Okay, of course, this is kind of a solid line. This might be actually kind of hard to crack. Some theoretical line, in fact. Yes, and I think I had a game in the Dutch Championships in this line where I played this move Queen C8. It's not my invention, by the way, but I think it was from Mr. Georg Meyer. But my opponent seems to play everything very fast, which, well, kind of worries me a bit. So maybe finally he starts to think, well, I think the position is quite equal. And now well, I don't think he'll get into trouble, but okay, there's this little pin over the C file, so, but okay, he's kind of solving it by it's going to be extremely hard still to win this, but very hard, I would say, if not. I would try to be tricky. Now we need Mr. Trent, because he's more tricky than me. But this position looks really very equal to me. Yeah, so, okay, let's at least try to make some troubles for the guy. Because now let's say I have this long diagonal pressure. It shouldn't be much. But okay, so far the guy didn't do anything wrong with such a rating. I don't really expect him to play that well. So I have to get to this to control this C file. So I just want to stop Queen C7 because I have Rook C8. But then again, okay, the pawn structure is extremely symmetrical. So I don't see any way how to win this, but okay, we've got to try. It's a blitz game. At least now I'm controlling the open C file. Well, not for long because he's attacking. So I have to go back. Sadly enough. Okay, I have a little bit more time, but well, I mean, pawn structure is completely symmetrical, so I don't see any real chances for me. Okay, at least to repeat the moves once, to see what the guy is up to. Of course I'm going to play for a win, but still I don't believe much in my chances, but so this bishop on c4, I don't know if it's so well placed, but well, it looks active at least. But okay, for example, he can play this move b3, forcing me to trade the bishops with bishop b5, and well, okay, the winning chances are very, very slim. Just that my opponent is very low on time, or getting lower on time, but I should be careful, of course, because I could also lose this. Yeah, I have to be very careful here. Actually, I don't like my position that much, but cannot do much about it. So at least my idea is if he plays queen e7, I'm playing rook to c8, kind of controlling the back rank still. Okay. Let's get some moves in. Okay, let's have some fun here. If he takes my rook, I take his rook. If he doesn't, my next move will be rook to c3. Okay, now we start to talk business. Now I like my position. Actually, some mating chances are coming. And I'm collecting the rook. Yes. So king to g2 is forced. And I have king to g3 is forced. I play rook g2, check, king h3, and rook to e2. Ah, even rook g1 mate, even better. Yeah, it was a tough game, but when the guy was getting short of time, actually I'm reading the chat, but okay, I also have to play chess sometimes, so. Alright, who is next in line? So if you have any questions, just ask in the chat. I mean, I'm also following the chat. So let's play some Sicilian. So at least I collected 1 point from our penguin guy, and we're playing the knight off. Yeah, this is so normally when I play the knight off myself as black, I get mated, so I guess today might be no different. Actually now, I think you have this move knight takes e4, to be honest. bishop takes e7, knight takes c3, bishop takes d8, knight takes e2, and then you're forced to go knight takes e2, king takes d8, rook takes d6, and it's just the equal position. This, however, well, let me try this, and e5. Maybe this gives me a little bit of play. Simply because my pawn structure is so you want to know, so let me just first beat this guy. So I'm just attacking this knight on, and I want to go knight to d6 check. So, well, there's a question in the chat if I can teach you how to beat Jan. Well, basically, that's not a simple question, because, okay, basically the guy invested so much time in his chess, and now you want me to give you a crash course in how to beat Jan. So, okay, about this game, by the way, the guy put his knight on b4, but I think it's just losing a piece after I just attack it, and this knight is going nowhere. Yeah, beating, let's say 2600 GM, I mean, you have to be tricky. I mean, you should play fearless. Most of the games you will lose anyway, but okay. Alright, now let's take one guy, Kadu Ortolan, playing knight f3. Maybe he wants to play Reti, maybe he just wants to transpose to some classical stuff. You're welcome, Groos Minou. Always a pleasure. So probably he is going to play sort of double fianchetto, probably. Let's see how he's going to develop his piece. Okay, he's going to put his bishop on e2. Very fine. And I think I just want to keep my bishop on f5 alive. I don't want really him to play knight h4 and to take my bishop, so that's why this move h6. And I think here I'm going to play this prophylactic bishop to h7. One of the reasons is I like maybe to put my bishop on d6, but then he has maybe sometimes this move e4. And after takes, the queen is attacking the bishop on d6. So I just want to have the setup with bishop on d6, probably queen to e7, and then castle, put the rooks maybe on d8, c8 or e8, d8, something like that. And then I want to build up the center by playing e5. Yeah, so I can take either way, but I like now to take with the e-pawn because I'm playing against this knight on a3. Because if I go cd, and he has his b5 square, so I go ed. And well, of course, white is kind of solid, but I like my position, especially while this bishop on d6 is looking this direction to h2. Rook to c1, well, that doesn't really bother me much. I just play natural moves, queen to e7, some rook to d8. Okay, let me play a6 because I just want to have this c5 ID. And I want to see how he's going to react. Because okay, c5 is actually a serious threat. Because okay, kicking this knight out, gaining space. So there's some ideas like playing knight to h4, try to get the knight to f5, but looks a bit weird, but maybe it's possible. Yeah, so now, okay, he was obviously not listening to my banter comments, so I was going to play c5. I think there's some kind of delay in the streaming. So I was going to play c5 anyway, and now this knight is even trapped. That is bad news. Good news for Mr. Trent, because his rating is getting higher and higher. Yeah, so thank you, Kadu. Thank you for your donation. All right, playing Mr. FC Bayern. To be honest, well, actually, I have money on Bayern winning the Champions League. But I also have money on Dortmund winning the Champions League. Actually, Dortmund is my dark horse. So, where is Mr. FC Bayern? FC Bayern, come on, don't waste our time. Mr. Trent is sleeping on his rating points. Okay, we're going to abort this. Sorry, but we have to move on. Klama 74. Let's see. Okay, let's play maybe some Grunfeld. More dynamic opening. When I'm white, I really hate to play against this Grunfeld because it's hard opening to crack. And very theoretical, so you have to really work hard there to get some advantage. H3, yeah. Yeah, I can't really say that I remember much of the theory here, but okay, let's play e5. We have to attack this center. So, for example, now you can play d5, and then we'll play c6. You can even push the pawn to d6. And then the question is always, is this pawn strong or weak? So my opponent likes to play kind of slow game, positional. And well, what I can do, let's want to play some dynamic game, but well, it's not always you have a choice. So now I offer him to change the queens, but he can also move his queen. Not sure if that's really that wise to do, but okay, let's see where this will bring us. Let's play some tricky move. Well, bishop e6 looks like a normal developing move, to be honest, but okay, I want maybe to play knight to c4, and if he takes, bishop takes, so he cannot castle. So a knight on c4 is kind of annoying because it's attacking the b2 pawn, so he needs to play what, queen c1 back. Maybe he doesn't like that, and somehow he lost a little bit of the initiative already in the opening. So b3 is maybe not such a bad move, but let me try to attack him on the queen side by playing next move a4. Yeah, guys, actually I'm reading the chat, and actually some people remind me of my last YKNZ tournament. Well, that was not a very funny tournament, to be honest. If you're there in the shithole, you stay there. And from the very beginning it was clear to me that things were not going to be very funny for me there. But okay, that's what they call top sport. I mean, otherwise you should not really go there in the first place. So bishop b5. It's not a bad move, looks like. Okay, let me just move this guy, because I don't want him to take my knight to cripple my pawn structure. So of course I'm hoping for this move a3, because then I have knight c2 attacking the queen, and next I take this pawn. This knight on b4 is a little bit annoying him, I hope. Aha, so he's trying to mate me. Interesting move. Yeah, I don't want to play queen f8 to kick him out, but maybe I have to. Somehow don't like so much the recent developments here in this game, but it's too early to start crying. Okay, I'm not so sure this is a great move, but I want to stop this knight g5. Knight g5 is kind of really bothering me. I want to play queen g7, but my rook on d8 is hanging. So, not easy game. Not an easy game at all. Okay, this is, I was thinking maybe to play rook takes d4, queen to c5, but it seems like he has rook d8 check, and then he gets away with that. Okay, I have to do something. Let me just move this bishop then. Because I really didn't want him to let him take. Okay, now he has this nice square, but okay, my pieces are also well placed. Everybody has some good and bad pieces. This is going to be a close game, that's for sure. But at least I have to hurry up now. It's time to focus. Okay, let's get off this queens because it was kind of bothering me. Should be fairly balanced game, but yeah, now I start to like a bit more my position, but maybe that's just because I'm playing with black. And maybe because I'm just taking a pawn now. Oh boy, he missed this knight c7 check, I just had to tell you that. That could have been extremely ugly. I got away with that. Okay, now he's giving up the pieces just for nothing. Yeah, he could have mated me. Wow, I mean, just a few moves back here. Here. And now he has his move knight c7 check, king goes, and rook takes d8, mate. So this was a lucky escape. Mr. Trent can rest. Okay, so he got away with that one. Whew, this was not good. Not good for Mr. Trent. Mr. Goran Strandberg. Yeah, if you play such a game, it always keeps your mind busy for a while. So it's hard to let by. Okay, this is some sort of Queen's Gambit accepted. But this is a bit passive move, c6, and now of course it allows me to advance my center, take the center, even additionally threatening to play e5. So now I'm sitting on my center, nice and easy. Yeah, so you see now this pawn structure c6, b5, it leaves one big hole on c5, and we're going to check it out, what is happening over there. He can still try to cover it up a little bit by but now he's really getting into the danger zone, because I'm going to play now, especially after this move h6, queen e4 is coming, and well, you don't have this g6 move anymore because the pawn h6 will be hanging. So this guy is really looking for trouble. And probably he will just give a pawn, I guess. Yeah, this was forced and he will lose the e6 pawn. Which, okay, life goes on, but on the other hand, well, this bishop on b7 still looks not so good. Main problem is actually that my knight is jumping to e5. Which is extremely annoying for him, because it will be knight to g6 check, king has to go to h7, and there will be some double checks and it was going to be a massacre. So far we still have a clean sheet. There were some tough games. One game looked very drawish to me. Last game I was even about to lose. It's a hard work here to actually, well, it's crazy to play this banter marathon. I don't know who came up with this sick idea, but this is probably how hell looks like. Like I said, I was just going to take this double check even. Going to collect a few pieces here and there. One more. Yeah, and the guy had enough. Good. All right. Miktal. Okay, we're going to play King's India now. It's time to play some aggressive openings. He's playing solid. Well, of course this is not bad, but okay. Not the most challenging, but so we're going to play some, he's forced me to play some kind of Grunfeld game. But anyway, this is all theory, of course. Everything is theory these days. Yes, so take, and I'm taking this guy. The only thing is that, you know, my bishop on g7 is active and his bishop on c1 is sort of passive. So okay, I just play normal chess, putting the rooks on the open file. The guy is developing his queen, and let me harass his queen. I'm just curious what he's up to. Yeah, could become extremely awkward for the poor guy. Yeah, but he missed one little detail. Of course, he's trying to escape, but his rook on a1 is hanging clearly he didn't do his tactics this morning before the banter blitz. Attacking 2 pieces, but I can also defend. Although, I must say, this piece configuration looks very weird to me, but somehow it looks like it works. Yeah, okay, Yes, you have to go back, and I will just collect this guy. Now he cannot take my bishop on a1. Ah, some tactics. Oh my god. My opponent is trying to trick me. Again, the guy is just a beast. Trying to kill me. And now what? What do you want? What do you want from me? Okay, let me push the guy. Alright, the guy had enough. Alright, who we have here? Toby04. Finally, one guy with a serious rating, in fact. What does he want? Okay, sometimes we should not think too much about what our opponent wants. Sometimes he just wants to play some chess, make some moves. Okay, we're playing some King's Union and the guy is playing fast. That's something I noticed. Well, there's always these tricky guys playing so fast. Let me get rid of this guy. But sometimes these guys, they play too fast, but I can't really say much right now about this guy, but he is fast. He is fast for sure. But okay, positionally I don't like this move, bishop takes f5. So now okay, I'm going to put some pressure here on this diagonal. So for example, if he plays bishop d3, I have bishop d5 check. So, and then I take his bishop. So I have some pressure along the d file. And now we go, of course, maybe you can call me boring, but well, this chance I will not let it go just like that, because I love this endgame. Because his pawn structure is just horrible. And now I got him where I want him to be. And you see, then again, another positional blunder by playing e4. Now my knight or my king is going to e3. And he has a lot of time on the clock, but his position is not so great, to say the least. Let's see, where is this guy going to? Actually, I want to play king d4, the most natural move, but then he has this move c5. It's probably also bad, but I think I'm just going to give him this a pawn. It looks a bit strange, but because now, okay, and again, he made a mistake. He should have played h5, because then after h3 he can play h4 and kind of block me. But now I'm just moving the guys. Now I'm moving my majority, and this should be an easy win. This king is completely locked up. I just need to maneuver a bit carefully. Well, that was not a good move. Yeah, I screwed this one up. I can win a pawn like this. Some luck. I have to be honest with you guys. This was kind of luck. Yeah, and now it's an easy win. I can just even take this guy. Cannot take because of f7. Yeah, I can make a few moves, but the final result is known. You can move fast, boy. It's not going to help you. It's not going to help you. Not today. Well, okay, let's take this guy. It's time to resign, my friend. Well, he enjoys playing till the end. Yeah, he scared the shit out of me in the opening, playing so fast, but then he made some really bad positional moves. Then I made my life hard for myself. So we're playing Mr. Tulial, and let's see how good is he. His rating is not very high, to say the least. And he's playing this Queen's Pawn game. Something. It's probably not a bad opening for amateur players, because normally you survive the opening, but okay, we are going to put big pressure on the guy. Again, so I'm playing this bishop f5. If you go queen takes f5, I have queen takes b2, and I'm winning the rook. Okay, I'm just putting this rook on the c file just in case he gets some fancy ideas to do something with opening up the c file by playing b3. Or by playing knight to e5. Now you should take with the bishop, because pawn takes is really positionally very bad, because then this bishop on f4 is out of play. Also my knight will go to e4. So having said that, of course my opponent goes for it. g4. Nice aggressive, but I'm not impressed yet. You gotta do better than that. Knight to d2, and I play knight to c5 because I like this d3 square very much for one of my pieces. Yeah, h4, but not going to let that happen. So h5, we need to put his structure under pressure. So if he takes, then his structure is bad. If he plays g5, I have this f5 square. Anyway, I don't think I need this f5 square, but I like very much this d3 square. So once this knight is landing on d3, the guy is probably toast. Let me play it like this. So now he cannot really play bishop e2 because the rook on h1 will be hanging. Having said that, okay, he's giving me the rook anyway. So it's actually funny that this guy simply played all the moves I was telling he should not play. So maybe I should do this more often. All right. Mr. Robert Kender. From the UK. So playing this pitch. Actually it's not a bad opening, but on high level it kind of sucks. Because they just keep the center and try to use the space advantage. But I used it a lot in my junior days, and it worked quite well. I liked it. and playing aggressive. All right. Show me what you've got. I'm not afraid of g5 because my knight will land on h5 and it will always come back to the game through f4. Particularly, I don't like the setup if you play this g4 setup with the bishop on e2. Because with the bishop on e2, well, whereas this, actually that's where your knight wants to go. Yeah, d5, this is, but I'm going to play d5 very quickly. I mean, you can even take my knight on b6, but queen b6 and I have everything is open. Okay, this is too good to be true, so let's do it. So I'm a bit tempted to take on h6, but well, I really don't need it. Because I don't really want to allow this queen to h6 and h4, h5. I need to think about it. I'm just bringing in some troopers. Yeah, and probably this is just the easiest way to deal with this aggression on the king side. g4, h4, if h5, g5, if g5, h5. All fine with me. If f4, I will think about it. Maybe I just play knight to a4. Yeah, so finally he wants to get this knight to e2. Fair enough. And he can still hang on there. Okay, I'm threatening mate on b2 of course. So he has to play b3 here. But okay, it looks a bit scary for him. Because I will give check, he takes, I'll go rook takes. Yeah, queen to c1. Okay, let me just bring in the rook. Let's see what's going to happen. Maybe I have some ideas like bishop takes a2. Don't tell it to anybody, but... And then next, some rook a5. Maybe it's a bit too fancy, but probably it's good. So I like to... So g5, okay, h5, like I said, I don't really bother what's going on over there. King to a1, You really want it, huh? You really want it. Okay, I just play rook c8. f4. So maybe now. So tempting, eh? So tempting to punish this guy. But is it good, huh? That's the question. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not sure. Okay. If you're not sure, don't do it, eh? That's what they say. So, okay, now really I'm threatening to take on a2. So the guy really has to do something about it. That's a no-brainer. Yeah, these guys, they tend not to listen to me. I don't know what's wrong with them, but... So, now what? Mister... You should have seen that one coming. It was basically too obvious. I put my rook on a5 and what? Threatening all kind of dirty stuff like knight to c3, knight to b2, whatever. And you just take this miserable pawn on e5. So, king takes knight a3 mate. Yes, and now you are sorry. Now you are very, very sorry. Yeah, well. Still moving. My god. Oh my god. So, how do you want it? Okay, let's do it like this. Yeah, well, basically it's mate. Yeah. Any move was winning, but okay. Okay, who's next in line? Who is it? Man of Light. Interesting. Man of Light from Bulgaria. I hope your name is not Boris Ivanov playing from prison. Ah, this is interesting. Some sharp line. Actually, I didn't want to really play like this, but okay. This is possible as well. It's just more positional. Normally I'm playing d5 instead of bishop takes c3, but okay. This is fine too. So basically I'm going to focus on this pawn on c4. Let's see, probably I can do this. Okay, let's do it anyway. But I was thinking I just have to calculate if he can take this pawn twice, and well, it looks scary for him, so yeah, as expected, he didn't really want to go for it. So basically I like to force him to move this pawn on d4. So hopefully he can help me a little bit. And he can. What such a nice guy. So if he doesn't do anything now quick, he's positionally lost because of this pawn on c4. And it looks like he doesn't really get the urgency of this position. So he thinks he can just play normal chess. Love these kind of guys. Now he will be tied up to this c4 weakness for the rest of his life. Yeah, and this bishop on a3 is also not the most shining bishop. Basically just doing nothing. Not sure I should have allowed this, but it can't be that bad. Well, actually, I shouldn't have allowed it, but because I always want to meet a4 with a5, but well. It's still quite good. But okay, it's kind of bothering me that he can play a5 at some point. And I have to give up the a file, I guess, at some point. Okay, let me just go back. This bishop was badly... Aha, this is interesting, but should not be good. He's playing a5, but because he took here now, okay, I can just develop this bishop to a normal square like d7. His bishop is bad. My bishop is good, his bishop is bad, his knight is bad, my knight is good, blah blah blah, all this stuff. But still, it's a long way, because he has only one weakness, so of course I don't want to change the knights, so we keep the knights. Yeah, I let him a little bit off the hook, because positionally it was so bad what he did. So it seems like I have to play also on the king side now. Well, let's bother him a little bit here on the king side, and maybe he will panic or whatever. Well, for sure I provoked him to put his knight on f3, which means that at some point I can move my knight back to c5. Okay, so he managed to exchange the bishops, the queens, but yeah, it's... Nah, maybe I should take this rook. Doesn't look like an easy game still. But of course he is extremely passive here. Yeah, just avoid some trades. Must say, position looks very drawish to me. He's even going to take my pawn. Interesting. I didn't do this well. Oh, he's giving me the pawn. That's very nice of him. Very nice of this guy. Oh my god, I left this pawn unpressed. I thought it was... Okay, I take this draw. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, Mr. Trent is going to be angry. Yeah. That's not good. Well, okay, what to do? We have to start from the beginning again. Ay, ay, ay. This was not good. Such a positional advantage I had. Yeah, it's just I got a bit, I don't know, maybe I've too lazy or took it too easy. So now we're playing the knight off again. Let's see, some crazy line. This is some crazy line, which I believe it's probably sucks for black, but and to make it even worse, I don't remember anything at all. How does this go? Well, whatever. Rook takes a2. So if king takes a2, I give check. King b1, I take here. Let's say maybe this was not possible. Well, it wasn't possible for many reasons, so I'm just actually blown to piece, but well, let's play like a man at least. Just was thinking too much about this last game that I should have won, in my opinion at least. And now we get into this kind of trouble right from the start. Yeah, to give a rook is a bit too much, I guess. Maybe it's... This last move was maybe not so good. Yeah, we should stop crying. I mean, losing a rook means nothing these days. And let me take this guy. Suddenly life looks good. Amazing. Yeah, this move bishop c1 was really bad. It allowed me this knight c5 move. I think any other move and he was just a rook up. And actually the main problem is if he goes queen takes g5, I have queen e4 check. King has nowhere to go except the a file and rook a8 mate. And this is actually something extremely serious. I don't see actually how he can stop it. Actually, it's quite shocking. Okay, I got really lucky here. Because, okay, I was not really... There in some lines this rook takes a2 move is kind of standard, but here it was just blundering a rook. Since I was playing too much on autopilot. Seems like Mr. Trent, he put a Red Bull here for me. Maybe he knows that my wife has forbidden me to drink Red Bull. So I don't know if it's like ultimate tease or something. I don't know. It seems like, yeah, the guy has no moves. It's just amazing. Okay, maybe I should play some weaker guys just to get my confidence back. So let's play some English opening. Right, the funny thing is I just want to explain you that I want to take on c3 anyway, but he's forcing me to do so. Yeah, so now I'm going to play against this bishop on c1, so I just want to be sure that he doesn't trade his bishop off through g5. And somehow in these close positions these knights are very strong. And his queenside pawn structure is going to be, could be some kind of issue later on, but we will. I just want to see how he's going to, what kind of pawn formation he's going to make. Yeah, so this is b4. Now he's really burning the bridges. Because this pawn c4 is terminal weak. So now I want to see how is he going to react to this move bishop e6. In fact, he has only one move, which is like to play c5 if d takes c5, and then to play b5 and then try to open up. But this is, again, it's simply too passive. You cannot really do that. So I just develop my stuff. Yeah, sometimes also I don't know what to say. Because this queen b3 move is really provoking me at some point to play something like b5. So maybe I'm going to prepare b5. I'm not sure actually what I want. Maybe I want to play knight e7. Okay, well, let me just play b5. It cannot be that bad. His structure now is under big pressure. Yeah, bishop here, but it's not going to solve his problems. Knight e7, so if he takes, queen takes, and again he still has this pin. Probably he would just lose a pawn here. So now I'm kicking him out. Maybe there are other ways, but this is probably the most simple way, just to collect a pawn. And this bishop is very strong, and well, okay, he's going for this, but it really doesn't look very good for him, because my bishop now is on d5, and I'm going to play queen h3 and e4, and well, let's see how. Okay, first I'm threatening mate. Okay, he already resigns, but a bit early. Could have played f3, but so quickly to get some more patzers, because when Trent is waking up, he wants to see a nice rating for his. Now we call GM Banterthon. Wow, we just got an upgrade. We just got an upgrade. I cannot believe it. Yeah, so this move bishop back to d6, this looks a bit strange, of course. Maybe it's not something which you should normally do at home. So, okay, let's get rid of this guy. It's time to get down to business. So he probably will play e4, just defending his pawn, and I will attack his center. Simple chess. I just want to get rid of this pawn, and then I'm kind of free to move on. Yeah, and now I'm playing this move c5 because I simply want to have a grip on this d3 pawn. This is the weakness. So I just want to play at some point knight c6, b6, bishop a6. Slowly we will get there. Probably will play rook c1, I will play b6. And well, I'm just playing simple chess. Okay, he wants to play b4, so okay, let's just stop that for a moment. Of course, I would like to have my bishop on a6, but for now it's okay. Queen a4, still wants to play b4. Let's see if we can somehow use this. Okay, it's not so easy, but we should be better here. Let's just stop this b4 crap for a while. Yeah, rook u is a bit passive move, which you know I like passive moves. So there could be some tricks on this queen versus queen. Actually, if he goes queen b5, I have this move bishop a6. Queen takes b6, rook to b8, trapping the queen. So I just try to control the game a bit. So I think I'll play a few more games and then I'll have a coffee or something, just a small break. So he wants to move his bishop knight to c4, very logical. And okay, I think I will just defend b6 just in case. Very good, and now I'm just preparing a push on the queen side. I'm not sure I really want to push because it makes my c5 pawn also weak. But okay, maybe I just... Okay, let me play this move a4. I don't know if it's good or bad, but idea is simply if he takes it, I'll play b5. Maybe it's a lousy move, because it cannot be that lousy, but... Yeah, f4, but this is maybe something which I would like to see. He's opening up and yeah, queen f2, and now let's see what's going to happen after this move. Okay, I'm not sure this is so great what I'm doing here. at least he's forced to play knight to e5, which of course it's killing his pawn structure. But you know, I'm speaking a lot about pawn structures, and I think it's actually one of the most important aspects of the chess game, your pawn structure. Another aspect is that this pawn on d4 is hanging right now. Not so clear how to solve that. Okay, we attacked this guy, but this might be a good trade for him. But okay, we are a bit tricky because it's bishop takes c5 is forced. Of course I take this guy. And if he plays d4 now, so I want to take here. We are still tricky today. Here, and we take this guy. And here, and you see our tactics are still there. Some small trick, Mr. Luschel. You didn't see that one coming, did you? Thank you. Okay, I play one more game and then I have a little break. Prison Mike. Interesting nickname. Let's go, Prison Mikey. Again, some Queen's pawn opening, very popular. It's easy to play. So yeah, this is just standard procedure. All right, and we get this structure. Now he needs to play a3. I will play b4, b5. He has to play rook c1 because otherwise I will play b4, which gives me a better pawn structure. Of course, why would you listen to me? And now you cannot really stop me from playing b4. And once I get to play b4, your pawn on c3 will be weak, or you have to trade off. Well, okay, maybe I should stop this, but okay, I don't see really what's the big deal of this move h4, h5. So I just carry out my plan. Yeah, no, my bishop is in dominating position and there's a big pressure on this c3 pawn. So let me take this guy. And just b5 just to make sure my my structure is solid, because his idea was probably to play knight d2, I move the bishop and to play e4, and if I take, then the c4 pawn would be hanging. But now if the pawn would b5, I'm sure all will be fine here. And okay, I'm going to check what he is going to do with the c3 pawn. So rook c1 I take on a2, and if king d2 I play b4. And now this bishop is flying in with tempo. And I was talking a lot about structure. You see I have one pawn island. He has, well, I said officially this is supposed to be one, so he has two pawn islands, but it looks like in kind of disorder. Now even this guy is weak. Okay, now it's time to collect some rooks. Thank you. So let's take a little break, guys. I hope you enjoyed this session for now. I Hello guys, welcome back. Just had to take a little coffee and just to small recharge, just to recover from the draw I made in the first 2 hours. So it's time to get back to business, and I hope you are waiting for this. And Mr. Trent, when he wakes up, he wants to see a very nice rating. Alright, so let's see if there's any challenges coming in. Mr. Findels, FIDE master from Canada. What time is it now in Canada? It should be very late. Let's play the Sicilian Khan. Probably will transpose to the Scheveningen as happened, so which actually I enjoy playing it. A lot of experience here. You always get interesting positions, very double-edged. Sometimes you get mated, sometimes not. So you're just moving to the main line. Here you have many moves, rook b8, bishop f8, and my opponent seems to go for some old, not that old, but it used to be topical, let's say, maybe 5 years ago, something like that. So I had to remove my knight first, otherwise there's this trick, knight takes c6 and e5. He's still going for it, but now it's not much harm is done here. It looks a bit threatening, but okay, my next move will be bishop b7. His king will also be slightly open. So if white doesn't really find a follow up here, black is going to be fine here. Yeah, this move allows me maybe to play bishop b4. Let me think if I want that. Yeah, why not? Let's get rid of this guy. So if he goes knight d5, I have e d5, queen takes b4, rook takes e3, and the bishop is... Yeah, so now he's allowing me to cripple his pawns, which is, well, I had a lot of discussions about pawn structure already with you guys. And this looks really bad. So of course I have to be careful that I don't get mated. So I think I can move, I can do this. So if he goes bishop e5, I still have bishop f takes f3 intermediate, rook takes f3, queen c6 intermediate, attacking the rook on f3, and then I can move my rook. Structurally, white is already in dire straits. So now the only question is how I'm going to convert it. I mean, if I can kind of control his initiative, then I'm doing great. So I like here to keep some control over the C file. Okay, I basically just want to take everything what I can take. This is not rocket science, it's just grabbing material. So he's going for this F5. Well, I will take the guy, of course. And I think I can just take this guy. I'm not really afraid here of anything at all. I don't see any mate on G7, don't see any mate on F7. Having said that, now I realize I have to be a little bit careful, because for example, there is this move, the bishop takes G7, king takes and rook to D7. Looks fascinating, but I still have this move, queen C6 check. And I don't think he has to play king G1, and I play queen C5 check, changing the queens, and that should be enough. He has a few checks, he can take a few pawns, but okay. So he wants to play rook to H3, I guess. But okay, let's just see what will happen if I just bring the queen. And I just put my queen on central square. Okay, for now I have a pawn, but especially the passed a pawn is kind of a asset. Yes, queen to F4. Of course, it's not over yet, but so let me just, okay, first to secure my pawns here. All right, okay, I will also defend. Yeah, so you go here, I go there. We can trade a pair of rooks if you want. If you don't want, I will double. So I'm just trying to control. Oh, I think he's just gave me a wonderful rook present. Yeah. All right. Who's next? Selig. From Switzerland. I can see what is the Banterthon score every time, so it looks like we're still perfect against this guy. Yeah, it's a kind of normal ratey opening. Not a big deal. not much is going on here. This is business as usual, and the queen is kind of good on b8. Just trying to avoid this, some nasty things over the c file. So now the guy has to come up with a plan, because okay, one plan would be to play against this bishop on g6 by, let's say, playing f5, f4, f5, trying to lock it up, like h3, g4, f5, but it's very risky because you're opening up, let's say, f5, some knight g4 is coming, attacking the bishop, and then the bishop going to the long diagonal. So that's probably not going to work. Yeah, this is a move, it's not a bad move, just trying to get to the f5 square. But then again, well, what are you going to do on the f5 square? I mean, I don't really care. I just put some pressure on this bishop on e3. Alright, so let's see, what are we in for, some fun or not? Don't want to take too many risks, but because okay, I want to put this bishop on c5, but okay, I don't want to allow this bishop to go to f4. Maybe I should just focus on making sensible moves. So let me just develop this knight to a normal place, e5. Yes, I think I have to take this guy. I could also not take it, but well. Okay, now let's just have some fun in typical trend style. h5, h4, and probably lost after that. We're just fishing around. Go here, go there. Of course he can take, but then maybe he will be sorry later. There will be a lot of light squares available for us. So I'm just going to regroup, and then this knight will go to e6 or g6. Especially g6 is e6 is a very nice square, because then I'm threatening to jump to d4 or to take this bishop. So if he plays a move like d4, I'll go knight c4. If he takes, probably I can take with the knight. The knight is extremely well placed. So he's making this move h4, which is kind of dangerous because he's weakening this g3 pawn. So there are some sacrifices coming up soon in that direction. But okay, first of all, my threat is to play knight to d4, attacking the queen and winning the bishop. So yeah, he clearly missed his knight d4. Yeah, if you miss simple tactics like this, then it's going to be hard to play blitz. Who is next? Timarov from Russia. Seems that Trent has been beating everybody here in this banter blitz. There's basically no honor for me here. Or maybe it was Gusti or Pepe. So we're not really playing King's Indy, but it's going to be some sort of Maroxy. Very fine. If you like to be passive, good. So probably going to push a5, a4, but the main problem is now that this square b5 is now weak for the rest of his life. So yeah, and I'm going there anyway. So you can't bluff the donkey. So I don't know what he wants, but well, okay, I just developed my pieces and maybe I could even ready place. Ooh, he is asking for trouble. Okay, he has to give the queen now, but yeah. Which maybe it's relatively not that bad. I mean, it could have been worse, but yeah, actually I'm considering to take with the rook. It's kind of funny, but yeah, I should take with the pawn, it's fine. Okay, it's not over yet, because you know my pawn structure of course is not very funny. But of course it should be very good for me. Because also his pawn structure is not very funny. So let me just prepare rook b1 and just trying to take this pawn. Actually, I'm watching the chat from time to time, but well, didn't see anything particularly interesting passing by. To be honest with you guys, if you're wondering. So I think I'm just going to give this pawn back. I think it's easy. Makes life a bit easier. So soon I have one weak pawn less. So that's always the good thing once you sacrifice a pawn like that. So shoot in the chat if you have something, but But don't cry, yeah? Don't cry. This is a man's game. So let's get back to chess. My opponent, he didn't want to take the pawn for some reason. So it means that we have one weak pawn less and not even losing material. So that's looks like a good deal to me. So okay, he will double on the c file. That's what he wants. So I was thinking, if I play rook b6, does he really want to play d5? Does he really want to do that? Maybe. Okay, let's just avoid some tricks here. Okay, and probably I have to be a bit faster now. A little bit faster. We don't want to get flagged. I don't like to flag myself, but also don't like to be flagged. Bishop c4, but okay, I just continue my plan, putting pressure on the b line, b file. Okay, this shouldn't be good. It allows me to, well, to do everything I want. So now I'm threatening queen takes d6. This is going to be another point for Banterthon. The good days that you could play with Mr. Trent are over. Now you are playing in the danger zone. Let's get rid of this guy. Let's get it over. So I just try to liquidate to make life a bit more easy for myself, also for you guys. It is clear that you know who's winning. No more fooling around. This guy, I don't know where is he going with his knight, but we're going to check him out. So, mister, where are you going? You're going over there. Okay, and now? And now what? So, your knight is trapped. Time to resign. Yes, thank you, sir. Spasibo. So let's play another fish. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I mean, let's play Scandinavian for not like the Trend Master by sacrificing more pawns, but we just take it easy. We play just some classical Scandinavian. D3 is a bit too solid, my friend. I mean, this is not a real challenge to crush. In general, if you're playing, let's say top guy, let's be a bit arrogant and consider myself to be a top guy. You should not try to outplay me positionally, but try to kill me. That's normally the road to success. So now he's going back for some reason, I don't know why. But that cannot be the idea of knight to d5. So, okay, I have to, but still, it's not so simple yet. Okay, I have to develop something. h6 is a bit of a vague move. Same with him, he's playing h3. Copycat. Interesting. Okay. Actually, I want to play b6, but then there's this move knight e5 is kind of bothering me. So still some promise with completing my development, especially where to put his bishop on c8. Rook to b1. Mysterious move to me. Okay, now let's take the center. Maybe I should have done it before. Now I realize that was probably the way to play it. So my goal is to put the rating to 3000, but it's going to be hard. If I collect 1 point every game, yeah, well, it of course is all step by step, but so let's kick this rook out, because you know this rook might end up on h4. You know, this is, my opponent is taking some kind of a risk by putting this rook on e2. Because I'm thinking about to take on f3, bishop takes and knight to d4, but he still has rook to e3 in the worst case. So okay, but maybe he has something on his mind. For example, a move like queen e1, then I take and knight e5, then he's going to lose material. Okay, let's push some pawns. But I just want to play rook d8 and maybe e4 and to break through. Some guy asked if Dutch people get whimsy. I don't know what it's supposed to be whimsy, but queen to c1 now. Again, mysterious move, and don't really know what's I have to think of that. So okay, just play rook d8. Maybe I could have already tried for bishop takes f3 and knight d4, but I have the strong feeling that I'll get more chances against this guy. Yes, and now the time has come to collect. Finally, the guy gave in. Because now the c2 pawn is hanging as well. Actually, I like much more to take the c2 pawn than to take his rook. let's say if he moves the bishop, I prefer to take this pawn because then his structure is simply collapsing. Ah, this is also nice. Yep. All right, who we have now? Matosas from Spain. Good morning. So, let's see. What do you play? Okay, let's play Catalan for a change. Don't really want to play this Queen's Gambit all the time. And Catalan has been serving me quite well recently, so it was actually giving my only win in Wijk against Hare Krishna, so cannot really complain too much. Having said that, well, I'm not like big expert on Catalan, but it's kind of easy opening to play. Sometimes you have to keep it simple, like the KISS expression, keep it simple, stupid. And I think it also it refers to myself that I have to keep it simple. So actually, one guy asked me what's my favorite endgame book. Actually, recently I like this. I have this book of Practical Endgames of Paul Keres. Also a nice book. Very simple but straightforward. Well, my win against Harry, actually, I don't know. I think he just messed up himself in the opening, and it was a very strange game that some 27-60 guy could actually play like that. It was kind of shocking. So my opponent is playing a bit strange. Of course he wants to play c5, but his rook on a7 is strangely placed here. For study books, there are many nice study books. You know, and in general, it's great to do studies. So, okay, let me get down to business here, because you know he's putting his stuff on the queen side, a little bit awkwardly placed here. So I should try to get some action on the other side. And he cannot really play c5 because I'm playing always d5. And this bishop on e5 is very well placed. Also, I'm threatening maybe to play c5, then really this rook on a7 looks really stupid. Studies are very nice. It also keeps you the appetite for chess. I mean, I like this domination endgame studies. I think it was it from Kasparian? Great stuff. So you see, I'm keeping my promise. I'm going to play c5 and check the guy what he's going to do there. How he wants to play with the rook on a7 and the bishop on b7. So positionally, I did my job. Now I need to actually find the second pass on the other side. A5, wow. I could have played A4 myself. That's something that's true. I don't know if I should have, but I could have. But okay, look at my pieces, they're just going straight to his king. And look at his beautiful pieces. I didn't want to play A4 because I didn't want to play on two wings. So, okay, let me just tie this guy down to B7. Well, my favorite car. I'm now a family man, so I'm looking for SUV these days. So I'm already considering Porsche, of course. Audi looks also very nice to me. And a lot of nice Mercedes as well. So my opponent is clearly, he skipped some chapters in some positional books, you know. Because this could get really ugly for him. And now you see I am also pressing on E6 now. Yeah, I think he should have sacked a pawn, because now I preserve the bishop on this diagonal, and this is really getting bad for him. So yeah, of course black wants to have this bishop on D5, but unfortunately it's now on B5. That's very sad. This bishop is just, well, defending the pawn on C6. So basically now I'm just going to put this rook on E1 and I'll wait till the guy will collapse. Well, I both want this sporty car and the practical, but yeah, this guy has some positional issues. Okay, let me just first defend this guy before we go to play bishop D6. And slowly increase the pressure till the guy cannot stand it any longer. Okay, just let me kill the guy. Now he has 0 options left. Maybe I should not have allowed that, but okay. I should not have allowed that to happen. But okay, it's just, it's pretty hopeless. The guy has no active moves. Okay, now he's trying to break free, attacking on D4. He's doing his best, but it's not enough. Okay, let's see. Who do we have next? So MC237. So let's see if something interesting has been said in the chat. So, Okay, just let's play aggressive because we like to put pressure on the patzers. So we just, maybe it was a mistake. Who knows? We're getting into some kind of sharp theory in the Algeheim defense. Of course, I think there used to be some famous game of, I think it was Bronstein, this line. So I'm not sure I should get into this kind of stuff, but so I really don't know what's going on here. Yeah, okay, let me play like this. Because okay, now he can take on f3 and I'm forced to take with the pawn, which of course is kind of inconvenient, but he should have, because takes, bishop h4 check. And okay, I play king f1 and look at this, it's still a game. But now, okay, look at my center, look at your knights. Your knights, they're not going anywhere. One knight is putting pressure on c4, other one a bit on d4, but that's something which I can handle easily. So, but you have no space. And you need space to develop your pieces. So now he finally takes, but okay, I can just very conveniently take with the rook. My favorite world champion is of course some guy who is not very good in politics, if I may say so. But I like also Magnus, I also like. So, I mean, modern champions, whatever, Anand, Topalov, Kramnik, they all have their merits. So, of course, I'm older than Jan, but Jan has the older playing style, if I may say so. But okay, let's mate this guy. This guy wants to be mated, so let's give it to him. I just wanted to play queen c2, playing positional, but I said, okay, what is this? Can just play rook g3 and just go after him. So I just want to go queen h5 and burn him. Well, actually, Magnus is kind of, I like the guy. I mean, he's very good for chess, in my opinion. He's been criticized a lot, you know, when how he's reacting after a loss or something like that. But in general, the guy is doing a great job for chess in general. I mean, he's going everywhere, making great publicity for chess. So the only thing is that these days he's he has to adapt to the new situation that that guys are not collapsing anymore. So he has his playing style. He's trying to outplay his opponents with after the opening, but the guys are simply putting up some resistance, and somehow his old strategy somehow doesn't work so well anymore. So he's not winning all the tournaments anymore. So yeah, life has changed for him. So and he has to cope with that and maybe to adjust his strategy. But I think he's still by the best player, and I think he has still some advantages, let's say, compared to Wesley. So actually, I like Fabi a lot. He's kind of a nice guy. Maybe a bit too nice to become world champion, but I like him. So okay, this guy just wants to resign. So that's it. Yeah. So it's always good to pick up some fish, and then we can talk a little more in the chat. I mean, you can talk about chess, you can talk about other things. So I'll this do difficult name to pronounce. Let me try this Tromposky. Not a very good opening, but been quite successful with that. And we're moving to the French. Very good. French is also fine. Well, of course, this is kind of easy game. Yeah, Richie Rapport, he's interesting player, but he has too often a meltdown. So yeah, you cannot really afford that to have. Well, I don't know how I should rate his chess, because Rapport is, it's like also like Jobava, it's completely unpredictable. Yeah, especially his openings, but in the long run, I mean, as a tournament organizer, I would love to have these kind of guys because they're very imaginative, but I don't see how they can actually go to play for the world title. Actually, the funny thing is about, maybe you notice I'm basically D4 player, but my score with E4 on high level tournaments actually is much better than with D4. I think I basically won almost all games with E4. And actually I played, I think, E4 twice against Hui Fan. It was, I made 1.5. She didn't allow me mate in 3, so I really had to win the game. So okay, what is this guy doing with his rook here? So okay, let me just try to check him out. When I was playing this guy Wely, he's a dangerous customer, that's for sure. And okay, I'm, to be honest, but sometimes he is just sacrificing something without knowing exactly what's going on. So I was in bad shape in Wijk, so I thought, okay, probably my best chance to win a game is to play Sicilian against this guy. Well, things turned out pretty badly, but yeah, he's very dangerous, that's for sure. But And Hu Yifan, I don't know. A few years ago, she was kind of okay. I have to deal with this pin probably first. So let me just get rid of this. She was quite promising, but for some reason she didn't make any progress recently. I don't know. Okay, she looked kind of promising, like 2680 and rate, but I don't know. To make the next step is not so simple to break the barrier. So some shuffling around here. I just want to eliminate this bishop on c6. And you know, this rook on h5 is kind of, I don't know, yeah, so he wants to mate me. Yeah, so sorry my friend, but that one I noticed. So queen on d6 now is not so particularly well placed because I have this knight e4 now coming with tempo. Yeah, this guy Wesley So, he's kind of interesting, but to be honest, I believe that he is, a lot of strength comes from his belief that he's supported by God. So he has some certain belief that, you know, that the Lord is supporting him, and then it gives him strength. Although I think it would be actually fair if he's supported by God, the rest should be allowed to be supported by stockfish or whatever. So, but sometimes it's not really on objective reasons that he believes that. Okay, I'm going to play some risky move maybe. Yeah, let me open up a little bit here. That he thinks that he's getting some support from God or whatever, thinking that and that makes him fly, although it's not, I think it's not really on objective grounds, but it works somehow, this kind of stuff. These crazy guys, indeed, they think they can fly, and I think once Caruana thought he had the best coach in the world and he couldn't live without him, but it took him a few years to realize that, well, that the guy was probably not that great, and life would still continue. So, okay, let me talk a little bit about this game. So we play a little bit closed game, but I have my knights on e5 and e4. So basically, finally, he cannot stand it anymore, and now this e6 pawn becomes weak. So that's good. So now we're going to focus on this e6 pawn, which actually will collapse sooner than later. Maybe he should play e5 now, but I think he will just lose material here. Okay, let me first take this guy. It's for free. Now let's take this guy. Now this guy on d5 is hanging. Yeah, and the guy is collapsing. Well, this guy Tukmakov, I don't know how good he is, but I think maybe he could serve as some sort of father figure for for Wesley. So maybe in this sense, Zwischenzug, my friend. So of course, these kind of crazy guys, they need to have some kind of guidance. So all right, next. We have Gossip Boy. Okay. So let's play some French. Yeah, Anish, you know, I think it's some kind of, he has some kind of problem. He's getting very good positions. Of course, he has also great preparation, but somehow he's not finishing off his opponents. You know, where these other guys like So or Carlsen, I mean, they're kind of ruthless when they have a winning position, and that's where it's really the difference between where he's now 2770. Otherwise, he will be 2800 easily. Of course, I mean, you cannot really blame him for all the draws that he's making because he's mainly trying quite hard, but you can blame him for not finishing off his opponents. He's lacking some kind of toughness, or also these guys like Nakamura, he has it. And Anish, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the guy, but he should be. I mean, if you look at his positions, he has good chess understanding, so good preparation. Okay, so far nothing happened in this game. It's just some classical French. Opponent is changing some pieces. He's welcome to do so. Alright, so where does this guy want to go? Okay, let me just play a3 in case he wants to play something to c5, maybe bishop c5. Although bishop c5, b4, bishop takes d4, ba, bishop takes c3, some kind of compensation. I wouldn't say I'm brilliant in banter, blitz or whatever, because my trash talking is much better when I have an opponent who also I can see and I know, and it's easy to trash talk the guy. But yeah, one day me and Gusti were planning to do some video series. I'm not sure how serious he was, what subject he offered me to do, but yeah, I liked his proposal in general. But it will be probably between when the NBA finals will start, because then we can watch also basketball together. And now the problem is with this crazy banter marathon, we have no time basically to hang out, and we are. I like to hang out with Gusti Boy, but well, like this, there's basically no time to have some fun. So let's go back to Gossip Boy playing the French, and well, he wants to open up the position, which I would love, because his king side is extremely vulnerable here. So, and now let's see what will happen. Oh, I can even win a piece now with b4. Maybe I should just do that. My first intention was to take here, bishop takes and queen h5. But okay, if this is winning a piece, well, there's not much to say. Thank you. Yes, I see that in Sinkerveld, I think, well, actually I want to organize I'm also a tournament organizer myself in Holland, in Hogeveen. And I want to organize a match between Jasser Seijerwan and Jan Timman, where they can trash talk each other. So that would be kind of fun, of course, like a side event. That's always that's something, especially when it should be a very nice internet show. I'm being pushed to play first move b4, but this is okay. I have to abort this game because my opponent isn't there yet. Oh, he just made his move in time because I was about to abort it. Some guy wants me to play first move b4, actually the favorite move of my father-in-law. So I'm a real expert there because we've been playing a lot of blitz for 25 cents. And I was giving him time odds. And for every win I get 25 cents, for every win he gets $1. So it didn't make me rich, but I can tell you that, well, my bankroll kind of increased. So what is this? This looks like, okay, we have to play King's Indian, same-ish, and we have to focus a little bit. So, okay, let's bring this knight out. I want to jump to c4 with my knight. And to play bishop e6, natural developments. Let's talk a little bit, also a bit of chess from time to time. Pieces have to move out, that's for sure, so I can play rook d8. So I'm not really convinced that this setup of white is so great. Yeah, now he's trying to backpedal a bit. Yeah, and okay, let's go get this bishop. Yeah, so I have at least the bishops. Not so much is going on here. Maybe I just want to push this pawn a5, a4, just in case in the end game that he doesn't get some kind of hold on my position here on this. Don't want this a6 pawn to become weak. So maybe he wants to play bishop to f4. Well, actually we don't care. We don't care. We're just going to play a4. g4. We are not impressed. b4. Interesting. Okay, let's just get him to worry about all kind of stuff here. knight to e5. Yeah, so this is kind of interesting. Okay, I think I will just get rid of this knight. And I think this pawn on a4 will cause him some inconvenience. Especially, you know, he has to watch some back rank mates and stuff like that. Well, this looks nice, but okay, of course, it's not going anywhere. This guy is going nowhere. I mean, you can put a pawn on c6 and then what? Well, in this case, I was putting the f rook because the other rook could potentially go to a4. So I had a clear reason for that. Okay, so now I have to think how to break this guy. Because, okay, I don't see what he wants, so right now what does he want? Okay, let me play this. I like this move. Yeah. And now my idea is to get the queen to the long diagonal. I have to be careful a little bit. I don't really want to make this move, but I think it's good. If he takes, he cannot really take. So he has to move the bishop and I will play f4 and bishop f5 out and suddenly everything starts to work. Yeah, this is extremely strong move, e5. Because this bishop is going to be a monster bishop on c8. Can't believe I already drew one game today. If he takes on e6, I go bishop takes e6. And then what? My opponent is still thinking. Okay, maybe should take and play c7 and hope for the best. This shouldn't be good, but because I think I can just defend easily like this. I don't see what he can do here. Okay, let's try to mate him now. I don't even want him to change queens. Now my queen is going to e5. The guy is trying to run. Run, baby. Not so easy still. Not so simple yet. Okay, we have to smoke this guy out. Yeah, this cannot go right. This shouldn't be good. Shouldn't be good. Come on. Yeah. Well, okay, it was harder than I expected, but well. All right, who's next? We play 3-minute blitz. This was not my idea. 3-minute banter is not very nice because it doesn't give me time just to speak to you guys, to read the chat. I should pay more attention to what I am accepting. Yeah, I'm a bit passive here, but okay, it doesn't really matter. Queen b8 looks like a silly move, but there's this strange plan. Somehow this bishop on c7 is actually not so badly placed, but I think I should have played first rook c8, but yeah, it's kind of disgusting to have Jan's picture and Banterthon while I'm playing blitz for him. Yeah, let me get this bishop out of the way. It's always these kind of tough games in this structure. I don't really like the structure for black. It's actually kind of passive. And passive is not funny. Maybe I can provoke the guy a little bit. But not really like what I see, but that's not so easy for white as well. So he really wants to take that guy or what? Okay, okay, I will defend it. I defend it. Where are you going, fish? Let me put you to the test. Maybe I should not have. This could get ugly. I mean, for me. There's this move, bishop, pawn takes a6, bishop takes a6, c5. Bishop takes e2, take on d6, or take on b6. Well, this was not good that I allowed this. But, good that he didn't go for that. So he was just worried about this pawn. Thank God. He just cared about some miserable pawn. Now I should be fine. Doesn't mean I'm better here, but should be okay. Ooh, this is a long diagonal. Could be painful. Let me first try to get to d4. Now the knight is coming in and the guy is collapsing. Okay, get out of here. What do you want, fish? You want to take my rook? Shit, should not have allowed that. I shouldn't have allowed that. I could take the queen. Well, oh boy. Yeah. That was not a good game, but okay, play 5 minutes is not good. I mean, not in banter blitz. Alberto. Vamos. Vamos, Alberto. Let's go. Well, this could be tricky. This setup with bishop g5 and f4. Yeah, it's kind of, can't really say that. And this could become tricky. Okay, let's pray. The guy simply wants to kill me. Oh my God. The guy is going after me. Is he really going to mate me? So okay, I'm the only thing I'm worried about is this d5 move, yeah. Okay, so this is probably going to be a pawn sacrifice. So I'm telling you in advance. So if he goes knight e2, I'll play knight d5. Then he can take on d6. And I'll play f6. Probably. At least it was I remember something like that in my childhood. I was playing like that. So basically, if he doesn't take my knight, I have this knight on d5, which is just extremely well placed, and I just play knight b6, bishop e6, and okay, I start really attacking the guy. So he really is kind of forced to do that. So then again, he can move the bishop, and okay, I can take back. So okay, he's doing this, but there is one little problem, I believe. This is move knight to e3, end of the line. Some guy asked me how many days per week do you lift? You mean weights, or because I'm lifting my son every day. So in the end, so this little trick, finally I'm taking the bishop and the rook, so it's going to cost him some material. So far I had a few interesting games, but actually the game I drew, that I had the feeling that I should have won. One game I blundered the rook, but finally in a few moves I won the game anyway. Few games have been tough, but okay, we are now already for 3.5 hours and just collecting some points here and there. I'm not going to say I love you guys, but you're doing a good job to get there. So I'm just developing my pieces. So when the next piece is going to... So now I was wondering if I should play Queen f7 or not. It looks tempting. Okay, let's do it anyway, yeah. Because I just want to take this guy. I don't want to put my queen on d6, although it's not a bad place for the queen. But I like to have my knight there, or... Maybe I should not have... Alright, so he wants to force me to take this guy. Interesting. So okay, he will go queen takes b4. Is forced. Come on, are you kidding me? What is this? What is this crap? What is this crap? Okay, I want to keep this pawn. Don't want to give him this b4 pawn anymore. You miss your chances to take it. So far things are going very smoothly here. Since I'm playing now on this Chess 24 computer, I don't get flagged. It's also kind of nice. Yeah, knight to d6, but probably wants to play c5. Okay, let's just finish him off. I'm going to finish you off, guy. Like this you want to play? Are you sure? Surprising moves. So I'm going to eliminate this knight and then I want to play bishop f5. sure, you can take that one. Or you didn't take anything yet. So I take this guy. Alright, so let's see if still some people want to play. Or maybe they're already scared. Well, my idea was to reach 3000 rating, but well, I had this one game where I lost 14 points by making a draw. It was really bad. Okay. You want me to give the pair of bishops? Fine. This kind of guy. Are you this kind of guy? Okay, I don't want to take on d6. You scare me. Druga Kunga Legpa. Yeah, now I'm not scared of you anymore. Now I'm not scared, and now I'm just a pawn up, and I have a lead in development. All right. This guy is asking for trouble. Like most of you guys. But that's alright. That's part of the game. Okay, let's just put some pieces in some good squares. This poor guy, Gustafsson, when he wakes up and he has to play on this account with a rating of 3000, I think he will completely be stressed out. I'm not sure he can handle that. Poor Goosty boy. Poor Goosty boy. Maybe I'll get tired at some point, but I doubt. So far it's going reasonably well. The guy is forcing me to take. Yes, and this is sort of interesting moment. Because I'm not sure if this pawn is hanging or not. Okay, I will defend it, because why to give him any pleasure by taking one of my pawns? Is there a problem with the stream? It looks like there is some kind of a problem, yeah? Maybe some of the tech guys can maybe help out. So that's not good. Seems to have some problems. First of all, I should try to avoid mate. That would be also kind of funny if I would allow mate. Yeah, maybe the stream is basically too crowded. Yeah, I'm too popular probably. Yeah. Only women allowed in the stream. Sorry, my friend, no mate for you today. It seems reasonably back to normal again, I hope. So now let's finish off this guy. What's the situation here? I should watch my clock a little bit. And maybe my position, bishop a4 now. Okay, I still have knight b3. We are still good. Okay, I'm going to finish off this guy. Guy, I'm going to finish you off. Next will be b5 and I'm going to rip you apart. So I hope all men have left the building. So I can have some private chats here. Should be careful, of course, because my wife might be watching. All right, so. And this guy is still hanging in there. I must say I misplayed it a bit, because, okay, you can still play rook e5. It's not very clear what I'm doing here. Pretty bad play from my side. Okay, because especially this bishop on a4 is kind of a pain, so I have to get rid of this guy so that I can move my knight to d4. And we are back in business. Let's go. Let's go, girls. Shit, the guys are still here. I see it now in the chat. That is a major disappointment. Guy is trying to be tricky with me, but don't shoot yourself in the foot. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Knight to b4, but, well, you knew it was going to finish badly, yeah? You knew that. And Metinovic is coming to you. Boom. There you go. Okay, you put up a good fight after your bad opening. Alrighty. Paddy West Side. So it looks like we are back in business. How's the stream? Stream is not so clear still, yeah? And we're playing another Queen C2 Nimzo. What time is it now in Australia? That should be a reasonable time to play. It's not like... So in 15 minutes I will have a short break as usual, just to check my engines if they're still up to date. My table base is still running. So let's see what we can do with this guy. The classical Nimzo, he has 2 bishops and not anymore. He's falling for the standard trick. So now he needs to take and I take back and his pawn structure is compromised. This is in fact the biggest problem with most amateur players. They don't really pay much of attention to the pawn structure. And I'm going to put a lot of pressure on this weak C pawns. First I bring my king to e7, just to be safe, just to defend this d6 pawn. Maybe he can still play d5, maybe he should play d5, he should have at least. Not sure what he exactly wants to do. Yeah, playing e4, but yeah, normally it's not should not be so good, but my problem is basically my knight. My knight has to go to a5, these kind of positions. So okay, let me take this guy. I don't want him to close the position, and I want to get my knight to this beautiful a5 square where I can put pressure. So if I hadn't take, of course it looks illogical to undouble his pawns. So I'm getting to c5 now. And now his main problem is this a pawn, but if he can manage to push a4, a5, then he should be good. I mean, good in a sense, not worse, but I'm not sure he can manage that. Because I have this maneuver bishop to a6, maybe sometimes knight to b7 and knight to a5. But for now the knight is good on c5. Yeah, now I'm getting a serious grip on this guy. Okay, he's giving me a pawn. Well, I guess it would be impolite not to take it. Not sure it's... he should have played knight d4. because I can take on here on d5, but ed5. If I take on d5, which I was originally planning to do, there's this knight f5 check, king e6 takes on g7, king e5, f4 check, and at some point I have to let it go. But this is pretty hopeless. The only question if I want now to take on d5 or not. I can also close it, but okay, I like when his pawns are weak. And this should be very good now. Knight d4 I can simply take. So it seems that the second session of 2 hours I'm going to have a clean sheet. Like I said, if you want to play with the big boys, you have to do better than this. So what he wants to give some checks with the rook, but let me just check this pawn on d5. Maybe we can play rook c1 still. There's no point of resigning yet. That was a bit early. You're a bit pessimistic about your chances. There was still plenty of play. Alright. Who we have now in store? Karim Reed. Some unknown data, only blitz. Yeah, this is some kind of old tricky line. I had a very bad childhood. I think they were playing here. Bishop b5 here, if I remember correctly. Instead of knight g4, there was also this line: knight takes d4, pawn takes f6, knight takes e2, pawn takes g7, and it's a queen sacrifice for 3 pieces. And I think here the other line is e6, f5. And this, I believe, shouldn't be good, but okay, let's see what's going to happen after de5. What the guy had in mind, if anything. And this I should just be a pawn up, at least. Okay, let me just castle, and I think I don't know what the guy is actually doing here. Okay, I have to move this guy. Yeah, going to harass this bishop. And I want to activate now this bishop on c8 to a6 and see what he wants to do with his queen. And my knight can jump to c4. So, easy game. Knight to c4. Now this d5 pawn is hanging. This is how I like to see my opponents play. Easy game. Collecting pawn here. What is this? Okay, I just take the guy. Knight on d5, e4 is just... If take on e7, rook e8, and the pin on the e file is just decisive. By my Mr. Karim Reed, this is also game over. This move, huh? You think he can do this to me? You really think he could do this to me, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it's simply pawns are rolling, so Long John Lucky. From Germany. Playing the Scotch. Scotch is an interesting opening. Of course, very tricky if you don't really know what's going on, like a guy like myself. Let's see how well is my opponent prepared. I just want to play natural moves. And let's go fishing. Let's start a fishing business. So now at least I'm regrouping my knight to c6. And it's still not clear how white is going to develop. That's definitely should be a point of concern for him. And I think this pawn should be considered weak. Now, the only question is how I'm going to collect it. So I can push this queen to b1. Not sure if I should be willing to do that or I can play move like f5. And then he has only one move, queen b1. And because he cannot take up some because his queen is hanging and he needs to keep protecting his... Yeah, okay, let's have some fun. I'm not sure. It's a little bit exposing myself. But okay, I want to put this bishop back to b7 anyway. So instead of losing tempo for rook b8, might as well play f5. Yes, that's what I expected. Okay, and let me just put this bishop back there. So at some point, I guess I want to take on f3 and take on e5, but not with the rook on a8 because it would be hanging. So first I play like this, put the bishop first on e4. He needs to move his queen, probably to, well, c1, d1, whatever. And then my next move will be knight c6. Well, if I would have played d5 instead of f5, it would be cd5. So at some point I want to take this guy. Okay, he lets me take it right away. That's kind of nice of him. Because otherwise I still had the problem of the d7 pawn. So okay, let me take this poor guy. And I take with the knight. And I just managed to hold all my pieces together. Knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, queen d5 check, knight to f7. Having said that, now I realize he still has move like queen b7, and he can try to grab this pawn and hope for the best. Of course that would be extremely risky, but sometimes you have no choice in life. Now I should be just a pawn up. He has some pressure against this e-pawn, but shouldn't be enough. Shouldn't be enough. But okay, he's maybe threatening to play a move like bishop f3, so I have to pay attention. Maybe he doesn't, maybe he does. Does he threat it or not? Okay, let me just move the king out of the pin. So bishop f3, I want to play knight to g5. Maybe he can take on e4, knight takes e4, f3. But okay, it means really on the edge. Okay. He's going for it. Well, what to do? What to do? Maybe it's close to a draw. can go to a pawn endgame, but maybe it's just a draw. Looks like. So let's keep some material on at least. Okay, this guy is going to suffer here. He's going to suffer. Maybe objectively speaking it's a draw, but he will suffer till the end of times. Life is not funny for him. Okay, just a little repeat. This I should have done in the first place. Some heavy suffering for the guy. Yeah, should have been a draw if he defends well. But there would be still some suffering. Okay, one more game before I go to have a little break, one more coffee. So we're playing some English kind of opening. And I'm trying to build up a center with c6, d5. And he's provoking me. So, and I'm going forward. Well, I don't know what he's thinking. He has to take here on d5 and I'll take with the queen. And then he moves the knight to c2 and I put the queen on h5. And well, I want to play at some point bishop h3. A little bit annoying, it's not over yet, but yeah, this should not be so good. Okay, let me first take this guy and see how he will react. Maybe it's possible. Because okay, if I give bishop b4 check, he has bishop d2. And I can win a pawn by queen takes d4, bishop takes b4, queen takes c4, but he has this queen d6. Not queen d6, but because of queen c1 check, but so maybe I just develop my pieces. See how he will solve this problem. Maybe he can play No. Maybe, I was thinking maybe he can play knight to b3. This. Yeah, it's solid, but you know, you have a lot of weak squares here on f3 and maybe at some point knight d7, knight to e5. It should worry him a bit. Not sure because if I can manage, because my pawn on e4 is also under surveillance. Yeah, that's correct. Trying to put more pressure on this e4 pawn, but okay, I have queen e7 of course. But at least I cannot move my knight from d7 to e5 because of the weak e5, e4 pawn. But okay, there are different ways to get there. I mean, his main problem is still this bishop on, on c1, but this is really helping me because now I'm allowed to get rid of my weak, well, you can call it strong pawn, but it was a little bit weak, and now I just get very good piece play. Yeah, so but now I think I can just collect this guy. And the guy is collapsing. Yeah, because this f2, f3 move is really very anti-positional. You only do that if you really are in desperate need. Yeah, now okay, now I'm just collecting pieces all over the place. Alright guys, going to have a little break here, and we'll see you soon again. I'll get another coffee and see you right back. Hello guys, welcome back. So I just got my coffee, went to the bathroom, so no more excuses for this one miserable draw I made in the last 4 hours. It's time to step it up. Time is money and let's play. Sandra, let's see, Sandra, how are you? All right, let's go. From the UK. Okay, we play some boring Sicilian. Hello, Matthew Delavedova. I'm not playing the double cup, unfortunately, because Australia is a great country and I never won the double cup, but it's such a long trip, so yeah, it's a pity, but what to do. I'm playing the Korchnoi Memorial in Zurich, so instead. So playing the b3 Sicilian, but I'm already forcing him to put his knight on d1 and queen on e2. It looks a little bit strange to me. Maybe he can still get away with it, but really? Okay. Okay, I'm going to give him this pawn and let's see if it's going to taste well or not. Because now I have a serious initiative. Is there any way I can trap the queen? I don't see it yet, but it looks dangerous to me. Bishop to d3. Well. What I can say? What I can say about this? Okay, let's just play aggressive chess. The guy's going to defend anyway. Cannot believe that this is going to finish well for him. This should lose the queen, I believe. Yeah, he should have played queen a6. He got a bit too greedy. Sure. Let's... Very hopeless position, but okay, let's show him the way out. Let's show him the way out. Interesting how this guy wants to play. Should be losing on the spot, but okay. No worries, no worries. All is fine here. I'm just a little bit puzzled that about this position. It's actually confusing me. Because it should be so good for me. Okay, let me just take this guy. And okay, I'm going to open him up. Yeah, but that's not going to stop me. Oi, 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 oi. Guy. Of course, he has a little threat here, but okay, let me just play it like this. Yeah, finally he couldn't stand it any longer. His misery. Fukurokuyu. It's always shouldn't try to pronounce his name during the banter blitz because it's going to cost me a lot of headaches. Alright, let's play some kind of, well, I'm going to play some G3 setups. Very solid, trying to give my opponent basically 0 chances. So, okay, just develop, and then at some point I'm going to play this move e4, forcing him basically to take twice, and now we're kind of happy. At some point put the knight on e5, bishop on f4, and then it's some kind of pressure on this diagonal. It's very hard for him to develop this bishop on c8. And now he's in deep trouble. c5 is coming. So yeah, sure, why don't you give the rook to me? Why not? It was not doing anything on b8 anyway. Alright, next we have to hurry up, otherwise we'll never get to 3000. The pawn collector. Ukraine. Hello Ukraine, are you there? Privyet. Ukraine, hello, wake up. Wake up. Time is money. Don't have the whole day. Okay, we move on. Maybe he got cold feet. Who knows? Next in line. Nomikos Spanos. Nomikos Spanos. Let's go. I have to finish you guys off quickly. I have to get some more wins in. Wake up. Come on, guy. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. King's Indian you want? All right. Did we play already? Because this looks familiar to me. But now I'm going to attack your center. Immediately putting pressure on this d4 pawn. Today I'm not going to be sorry for you guys. This is how life is. It's tough. It's not fair. Especially not fair. Maybe I should have taken with the queen, it's even better. But okay, for bishop takes I go rook b8 and the guy will have some problem with his bishop on b2. Maybe there's still some small tactics that he can try to escape from losing a piece, but yeah, if anybody is going to watch this banter blitz 72 hours non-stop, that will be really sick, but well. Yeah, so he wants to change this guy. Okay, I'll just kick this guy out. Get out of here. Yeah, so basically now, okay, he's putting his knight on a3, which of course is not a great place for the knight. So now basically I'm just a pawn up, and my pawn structure is also slightly better. Well, it's better because he has this pawn on c4, which is, and okay, let's see if we can wanted to play knight g4, but bishop g7. Can I do this? So if I go knight g4, then he takes on g7, I take on h2, king f1. Probably it doesn't work for me. So okay, let me just at least renew my threat, but now it's becoming very obvious. But maybe he doesn't see it. I'm not saying that I'm playing for tricks, but well, a little bit. Yeah, now I need to think again. I need to think again. Okay, I can get rid of this guy. D-file is not very important anyway. It's more about the C pawn, and maybe the B file is actually more important. Queen to E3. Okay, let me just get my knight to a better position, because I have to make some progress somehow. So if I get my knight to f5, knight on f5 or e6, e6 can go to c5. On f5 also looks nice. On f5 and followed by e5 and square d4. So he wants to help me a little bit. I accept that. So he's going, so putting some pressure on his knight. I should have played queen c5, yeah. Okay, this was not so good, but okay, we still have a much better endgame. Because of my pawn structure and this knight on c5. But I should not have allowed him to play like that. Okay, this is interesting. I'm going to fix one weakness, the h3 pawn. The weakness is fixed now. My rook is going to a3 and going to collect the first pawn already. Thank you, Pinsky. And shall I push it? Okay, let's push it. Why not? Let's push the guy. He's trying and trying and trying. Maybe I have to be a bit careful here. I should be careful here. Okay, h-pawn should be good. H-pawn should be good. Especially when you promote with check. Yeah, well, this is it. That's just a check. All right, who's next in line? Jacek. Okay, let's play some Reti. Or let's say we play some sort of King's Indian. With reverse colors. Come on, guy. You can't really allow me to give you this fork. Yes. The communicator. No, commutator, well, whatever. Difficult name for me. Denmark. Hello, Denmark. Greetings from Hamburg. Let's step it up. Okay, that's normal. When somebody is attacking you on the flank, you attack him in the center. Standard reaction, textbook reaction. Let's see how our opponent is going to react to that. He's reacting by giving us a pawn. Fair enough. Should be bad what the guy is doing here, but let's see where this is going to end. Of course I should pay some kind of attention, but I'm not afraid that I'm going to be mated. Maybe I should be, but I am not. So queen h6, I play g6. Maybe it could be dangerous. Should it be dangerous? Yeah, well, this move, it's not the right move, because he should keep the attack going. I was afraid of a move like rook g3, but okay, now maybe he wants to play something like knight to g5, but this should not be the problem. Let me sell him some trick. I like this move, knight e5. Because if he takes, I take his rook. So how is it going, guys, in the chat? If it's time to answer some questions again, if you have any, or if all is clear. Probably all is clear to you guys, but nevertheless, you can always shoot. Yeah, so this is critical, takes. Yeah, but this is not good, it's losing a rook. I was thinking rook takes g5, then if I go knight, queen e3 check, king b1, knight f3, he has rook takes g6, winning the queen. But this is just a rookie. Say goodbye to your rook. Yeah, it was a bit dangerous. I was a bit reckless in the opening. Time is going faster when you win them. When you lose, it's a long time. Yeah, so move on. Let's move on. I still see plenty of fish on chest 24. That's always good. Means there's still enough space for sharks like us. We need fresh meat or fish or whatever. Somebody's asking about tonight's game. What is it? What is it tonight's game? Who is playing tonight? Who is playing tonight? So this is kind of positional mistake because it allows me this setup. Knight to c5. I'm sorry, attacking this e4 pawn. And I can fix now with a4. Now it's really hard for him to play b4. Or, well, he can play b4, but bishop g5. Fine. Get out of my face. Yes, now you're going back, huh? Okay. I just... the game against Italy. Football. Yeah, well, I only watch it when it's at these friendly games. They don't really excite me at all. So, guy wants to give me an exchange. Thank you very much, senor. And bye bye. Okay, I promise I'm going to lose this a4 pawn. That's the only pity. I cannot really stop it, but well, I'm still good here. But now yes, bishop takes c5, dc5. How do you crush the Sicilian? Well, if you look at the YE games, for example, he's having a very nice record against the Sicilian. Okay, let me check. I'm just taking the challenges which I see, but I will check if I can find some higher rated guys, because it's... But I like to play everybody, so I mean, I don't really want... this is also for all the players, so... Let's see. Okay. There's still some work to do here before I can collect a point, but eventually I should get there. Because the nature of the position is rather closed, so it means that it could be kind of hard work still to win it. Generally speaking, let's say positional chess or strategy, it's also normally a combination of tricks, little tricks, just to get your positional aims, you know. There's always some underlying tactics which kind of justify what you're actually trying to reach. So moving this king to h7, because at some point I like to play this move bishop to h6. So So now time to get rid of this guy. Queen here, and it's still not over yet, but I have now the pass C pawn. The rook is kind of he's giving me the pawn. Oh, what's that? The rook is making a wick between his pawn structure, but now okay, his pawn is gone. And now it's fairly easy game. The rook is flying in. And what do you want? What do you want? Again, there's some problems with the stream, it looks like. Like I said last time, it's time for all men to log out. All women can stay. Not sure that it's going to happen. Yeah, your buddy P. Marie-Louise just is getting his ass spanked. It's not looking good for your buddy. Okay, let's see if let's play a GM for a change. From Vietnam. And he's there. So we have kind of reverse King's Indian setup. Actually pretty harmless, but okay, we just play some blitz. Let's see if we can finally beat some serious opponent. For a change. So okay, I'm just going to put some pressure on this e5 pawn, but generally speaking, black is quite solid here. Yeah, so this could get interesting. This could be interesting. Okay. Okay, I want to play d4, but probably he has this move knight takes c3, kind of solving most of his problems. So that doesn't work for now. So let me just start fishing a little bit here. Not sure that's a good idea, but in general, fishing is okay, and we continue our fishing expedition. Not sure still if this is going to finish well for me, but I'm just looking for some sort of tactics. Okay, now let's go for it. Let's open up the house. Let's open up the house, and the guy is already chickening out. He is chickening out, but this should not be good for him. It shouldn't. So now he's getting into serious trouble. He doesn't want me to take on e5, but now it's all with swish and zooks and everything. Position is falling apart. Your position is falling apart, my friend. Yeah, I was thinking about this move, but this should not work. In fact, it's quite bad. It's going to be at least a pawn down or a piece down, whatever you prefer. He's trying to hang on somehow, my god. Crazy guy. Crazy, crazy guy. He's trying to hang on somehow. But it's so bad. So bad. Should just take the pawn and queen. Yeah. Let me just take the pawn and queen and just keep it simple. Just next, rook a8 and the guy resigns. I was thinking about playing move like b4, but okay. Just play it simple. You see, I can also beat GMs from time to time. Let's play one more serious rated guy, Warrior. Mr. Warrior from Poland. So we played again this opening, we had it before. And again, these guys keep on playing like this against me. So what you going to do now, boy? Huh? Take on e4, take on c4. Yeah, I think I prefer taking on e4. This looks more entertaining at least. That may be less good, but yeah, I was thinking about this, but this looks really miserable after knight g4. This should be bad. The only question is how bad. Because okay, this pawn structure is horrible. But okay. He's still in the game, but I'm just playing this move g6 because I like to protect against any jumps to f5, and I just want to go knight to d7 to e5, and with knight on e5 I'm in control of the game. So jumping jack is coming. Jumping jack is coming. Alright, what does he want here? Well, okay, let me test him. He probably wants to go knight e4, but I'm not going to let him take my bishop. That's something I can guarantee you. Just going to ask him a few questions where he wants to put his queen. And now I kick this guy out. I'm going to send this guy home. Maybe I could even have played knight g4 right away. Maybe I should have. I should have. Now he's kind of sort of trying to protect himself. But okay, it's still a horrible position, but knight g4 would have been really killing. Yeah, that was really bad to play f5. Knight g4 immediately, and he will get smashed on the dark squares because he cannot hold e3 pawn. Come on, warrior. And the warrior is trying to play c5, but not today. Not today, not in my house. And what does this guy want? So I just want to bring in some rooks. Okay, maybe let me try here. Maybe I can have some fun. Oh, he wants to give me exchange, which I could have taken right away, but yeah. Now he's forcing me to do so. Well, what I can do. If the guy is forcing me to play well, then I have to play well. And again, putting the pressure here on the e-file. e4, Can you really do that? Okay, let me kick this guy out. Put the queen on c5. It's a nice place for the queen. Played a little bit careless, I have to say. was a bit careless what I did. Because it should have been over long ago. And now it's not so easy. Okay, I have to defend this f5 pawn. Certainly I have to do my best. Still, I believe that the outcome is quite clear. It's looking good for me, but because I have this huge pressure on the open files here. Yeah. So F and E file are open. I don't have any doubts that I'm going to crush this guy. Okay. We're going to play some very good endgame. Yeah, well, he can take my A pawn. If that makes him happy, fine. Fine with me. Yeah. So now it's going fast. Now let's take on some more guys like again a very difficult name to pronounce. So I better not try to do it. From Sweden, Ulf. Are you there, Ulf? Ulf boy, wake up. If not, then I'm going to abort you. Who is next? Okay. Tal Chess. I've seen him around for a while. Maybe I played him in the band with my own, under my own name. Talboy. Talski. Hello. Alright, Sorry, buddy. Maybe next time. Brammy boy. Is he playing for the Belgian club Eindhoven, the current leaders in the Belgian team championships? So let's play this knight a6 move. It's actually directed against some d takes e5 stuff and changing the queen, so. And now in this version it's not that good, although still playable. Yeah, d5 is possible, but okay, I'm just going to. Maybe I should have played knight to h5 and tried to play f5, but okay, I'm playing simple knight to c5 and a5, trying to keep my knight there. So far things have been going pretty well here. I expected this going to be a really long drag. Well, still a few hours to go, so I should not get too optimistic too soon, but normally the last few hours are really tough. Well, I cannot really speak from experience because it's the first time I'm doing such a long session. Alright, let's try this. Let's push some pawns on the King's Indian, which is actually, maybe he can take and on g4, I take with the pawn and try to bring the bishop back to g5, e3. That's normally kind of standard plan here. This is definitely not a standard plan to allow knight to e3. Very unusual in King's Indian. Normally white's only allowing this if black is sacrificing some major material, but this is not something to be recommended. Yes, so now what to do with this guy, eh? What to do? Probably have to take this rook. I don't want to take this rook, but because the knight looked simply too good on e3, but well, I guess you just have to be pragmatic sometimes. And I think I'm also winning one more pawn in the process. Maybe my rook will get into trouble, but anyway, I can always put it on d4, and if I lose the exchange there, I take with the pawn and I'm pawn up and two strong bishops, so. Okay, Tal Chess, I will check for you if your challenge is out there. It's always good to play some kids It's nice when people are enthusiastic. Let me finish off Brammy Boy from Einatten. And once he is done, you will be the next in line. But promise not to cry, eh? Promise not to cry. So Queen f8, simply because I want to play Bishop to h6 and to activate that guy. Brammy Boy keeps on fighting, but his chances are not looking good. Just not to blunder any rooks against Brammy Boy, then I'm doing fine. What does Brammy Boy want? What does he want from me? Now that he has some serious issues with his king. Oof, Brammy, you've been a bad boy. Oei, Brammy Boy, this is not looking good. Alright, let's see. Okay, Talches. I hope you're there now. And Talches is there. Good luck. King's Indian. Good. Let's play some Gligerich King's Indian. It's Knight c6 is not the most accurate way to play this line. So basically, yeah, I'm going to castle queenside. And in the end, I'm going to play on the queenside. Although my king is on the queenside, that doesn't really matter much. The main problem for black here is that he doesn't have any play. Okay, his king on b2 looks a little bit scary because of the bishop on g7, but okay, this diagonal is really blocked. I mean, this is not going to be... I don't see how black is ever going to open up this diagonal. So at some point I will play b4. That's something I can guarantee you. And well, let's do it right away. Let's get down to business. So this knight on b7 is a bit sad, of course. Let me just swap the rooks. I want to keep the rooks on, but I decide, okay, if I swap the rooks, actually my queen can enter easily. Okay, I bring the knight now. Okay, black can take the knight, and well, you have basically no play for the rest of his life, but he's still solid. But white has some plans just to play around, and but it's not easy to break still. Of course, I'm not going to change the queens. So now I'm going to reroute my bishop. Trying to get to h3 and then getting to the diagonal. Yeah, g5, but maybe he should have stopped me from playing bishop to h3. Because now this looks a bit unpleasant. This bishop has all the squares and he's basically tied down to this defense of c7 pawn. Yeah, queen d8, hoping for miracles. I was slightly careless, I have to admit. So okay, queen e8, I have to bring the knight to c3, then and at some point I need to open up the position. Maybe at some point I have to play h4. Yeah, he's trying to get active, but you see I'm controlling all the squares on the A file. No trespassing on that side, senor. It's still a long way to break through, but it's so extremely unpleasant, such position. Mm-hmm. Yeah, somehow I'm better here, but it's not so great what I'm doing. Okay, let me just retreat this bishop. Not that excited about my own play, but well. I need to find a plan. That was a bad move. You could take on b5. Probably because he had little time. Yeah, now he's getting pinned all over the place. Although it might not be over yet. Okay, let me just play some waiting move to see how he's going to react. Still, he's horribly pinned. Still some drawing chances. But yeah, too little time. It was not easy to... Sorry, buddy. Okay, Stelios. I have a friend from Greece. His name is also Stelios. You don't want to know what is his nickname, but okay, I will send you to your mom having your dinner. Playing the Catalan. Okay, let's grab some pawn then. Catalan is also a very annoying opening. So I just grab a pawn and let's hope I'm able to keep it. Yeah, and my plan is simply to push some pawns. Just play normal chess. Somehow this queen is a little bit exposed on d3. It's not really clear what's doing there. On the other hand, not much is wrong yet still. So, if you're wondering about me and Magnus, well, we are both very competitive, so whatever we play, any card game or football, we really want to win. And okay, of course in chess he got the better of me, although he got a few times really very lucky. Okay, it's not real luck, but I mean the guy could actually have lost a few more games, and in my opinion he should have lost a few more games. But yeah, we played also some football matches, and after coming back from the football match, my wife asked me what happened, and I said, "What do you mean what happened?" Yes, she says like, "Look at yourself." So I looked at myself, and I was full of bruises and all this kind of stuff. So, by the way, my opponent went for some sequence to change bishops and queens, but now again the resulting pawn structure is not very good for him because he has this extremely weak d3 pawn. And let's go there. Let's check this pawn if he can defend it or not. Okay, Tal, see you in Zurich soon. Good luck in your preparation. And normally I take it easy in playing soccer with other guys, but since Magnus, his character is like fighting for every ball, every inch, so that's why we got into a lot of fights. But okay, we always play it fair. Okay, rough but fair. But yeah, it was kind of enjoyable. Although I know that maybe I should not do it, because let's say a few times that we were playing football the day before, I had to play chess with him, and I was always trying to get under his skin and teasing him and whatever. And the next day in football or in chess, he was really motivated to beat me. So yeah, of course, when you act like that, you're asking for trouble. So my opponent likes to give me more pawns, or he wants to have dinner as soon as possible. Probably he likes to have dinner. Stelios, it's time for your dinner now. Ah, you're not sure yet, huh? Mm-hmm. He is not sure yet what he wants. Okay, let me test him here. f5 was a good try, but f6, now I'm just... Because of his loose knight on d6. I'm not sure how he's going to solve this problem. Yeah, but I have a checky boy. And let me just centralize this knight. It looks good. Now this knight is simply stopping all kind of crap. He's giving me some extra options, but interesting. But okay, I don't need it. I just play c4 and basically can't do much here. Can just take a pawn, I take it back, but my king is perfectly safe. Especially because this beast on d3 is just controlling everything. Trying to get some counterplay, but sorry, doesn't work. Ooh, rook b1. Ay, ay, ay. Let me play this little nasty move, because now I want to trap his knight. Okay. That one is a good move, I have to admit. Okay. whatever. Okay, let's just play 4 tricks. Yeah, and I got him. G4, rook takes G4 mate. So, bon appetit, Stelios. So, who's next in line? Galactic. Let's go Galactic. Switzerland. King's Indian. Classical. Knight A6. It's not in your book anymore. Come on, baby. Show it to me. Yeah, rook e1, that's a move. Queen e8. No. Yeah. This is how they play it somehow. Bishop g4. And now what, boy? Yeah, but taking is never a good option. It's principally wrong. Because it somehow it gives black now a very easy game. I think I can, probably I should take this guy and go here, and you see this d4 square is going to be mine. He has a pair of bishops, but this bishop shouldn't be so good. He has this d5 square, but once I put the pawn on c6, that's also going to be gone. Yeah, maybe I should have stopped this move. This is a slightly annoying move, I have to admit. I should not have allowed that. Well, okay, he's going to play knight d5 next. So I should have played c6 first to stop all this kind of crap from coming to me. Yeah, this was not good what I did. Not good. Okay, let's play it. in a positional way. I'm going to exchange, you have call exchange sacrifice. Yeah, and he doesn't want to take it. He just wants to win my queen. Fair enough. Things are going not so well here. Yeah, something went really wrong. I should have played c6. But still, I'm pretty confident that things will be alright. Because this is actually not an easy position to win for white. All my pieces will be good. All my pieces will be good. So I want to jump to b3 and then put the knight on d4. And he has to deal with that. It's a bit annoying for him. Position is still very close, and of course white is better, but maybe I'm not threatening to play knight b3 because he has knight d5 trick. But simply, well, he has to make a move. Maybe okay, then of course he should play b4 and I play knight e6. Yeah, so now he wants to play c5, which of course I'm going to prevent, because I just want to have this square for my knight. This position requires a lot of maneuvering. Yeah, so here and okay, and I'm just jumping and see how he's going to deal with that. Yeah, so this is now interesting. So I'm now going to try to fight for the dark squares. Very aggressive move, g5. But simply I'm going to attack this f4 pawn with all I have. And the idea is that he cannot really hold that pawn. So yeah, so, but now I have such a beautiful dark squared compensation that I rather prefer to have black here. Yeah, it's kind of hard position for him to play, and now he's giving the exchange. Well, Yeah, did something really bad in the opening, but in the end I got him anyway. Alright, so who is next in line? I see many guys lining up. That's good. So play a few more games and then I have my second small break. So far everything is going to plan. My opponent likes to play solid, so well, it's very fine with me. That doesn't really scare me. Just in case if he had some ideas to play e4, so b4, is that really possible? Interesting. Well, okay, I just close the guy down here. Cannot really imagine that this is any good for him. What to think of this guy? Okay, if he wants to play e4, let him play e4. His main problem is that after e4, at some point this pawn on c3 will be weak. So we're going to change some pieces. Very good. Excellent. And now I have this beautiful knight on d5. So, okay, just be careful, should not allow mate in one. But now you basically have the ingredients for a good knight against a bad bishop. So I'm going to ask him some questions on the queen side. Okay, let me play this guy first here. Just kick him out. Defend against taking here. Yeah, so the guy wants simply to defend. We love that, because finally at some point you will get there. We will get there, I promise you. Now he looks kind of solid, but actually I could maybe bring my king to d7 or at some point. What do you want? Bishop f4? Maybe he wants to play bishop f4. Yeah, okay, let's not give him that pleasure. So now I want to get my queen to f5, where it's defending both e6 and g4, and where it's simply very well placed. So, what do you want? Daltanius, what do you want? Show me. Show me what you've got. Okay. Maybe he wants to play f5. But that's maybe losing a pawn. Maybe not. It is. Is it? Because rook e1, rook e8, f5. Well, okay, I'm not afraid of f5. I'm not really afraid of this move. So if I take here, then he has to go queen takes, rook takes, rook takes. But okay, I think I will just play this move. I think he was just tactically alright. Yeah, and this. Maybe he is still queen f5. Yeah, he missed his queen f5. Would have been good for him. Last chance for queen f5. Still going to be hard to win this. Oh boy, oh boy. It's also not so easy for him to draw, but yeah, I should not have allowed this. This is kind of hard to win. Not sure I'm so happy with this developments. Not sure I'm better at all. Yeah, really misplayed it. Of course I'm going to push it, trying to win it, but I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Oh, this is good for me. I can change the queens now. I'm back in business. But if he had the queens on, I mean, he's better there. But this was just such a huge mistake from him just to let this happening. Doesn't mean it's easy still. Yeah, now he's too passive. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think if he didn't change the queens here, I'm just much worse. Actually, I have no plan if. So here, for example, after knight c7, you can just play move like queen c8, and then what I can do, because okay, I wanted to play queen e7, and then you can just play king f2, and also after h3, which is not a bad move, after pawn takes, you should take with the queen, just to keep his king protected. But yeah, I think positionally I was doing very well, but after f5 some complications arose, and well, I didn't want to play f5 myself, because then position becomes really maybe too closed. But okay, let's play 2 more games before you have a break. Yeah, this was a tough game. Ship it. Again, a lot of fans of the London system, or it looks like a bit of Yubava kind of systems. But the knight on c3, of course, is not so well placed. G4, interesting. The guy has some intentions. Yeah, but now he realizes his knight is not so well placed on c3, but I guess it's even worse on e2. But who am I? Sometimes life is not so easy. Okay, let me take this guy first. And I'm just taking this pawn. Well, after all, I don't see what's my problem here. Now I'd like to consolidate in some way. But okay, I can also try to move forward. Not really worry too much. Let me put this knight on some nice square. Maybe I should not have done. Okay, it should be fine. What the guy can do. Knight to e5. Okay. It's not a pawn yet. He should, of course, he should try to, well, to use the fact that my queen is out of the game, but now it's in fact in the center of the game, and even with a pawn up, so that's probably was not. I should give this pawn. Bad boy, bad boy. But okay, I'm still very in good shape. Okay, he doesn't like my pawn. Fine. Even better. Ah, I missed the trick. I should have played knight c3. I was looking, in fact, I was looking knight g3, rook moves, and then queen takes, d4 takes. So, okay, let me do it again. Yes, and I should have sold him this trick one move earlier. Okay, let's play one more game before I have one more coffee. And then we go for the final session. Yeah, I still haven't recovered from this one draw. Still missing those points. You think I should play some more amateurs or higher rated guys or whatever? I mean, I'm basically into anything. Since I'm playing this banter blitz, it must be clear to you guys I'm doing anything for money. It's sad but true, but okay. So if you have some indecent proposals, just shoot. Not sure what I'm doing here in the Scotch, but well, we'll see. Okay, let's have some fun. Otherwise it's so boring. Let's play this move c5. Not sure it's that great, but keeps my opponent busy for a while. Yeah, it shouldn't be so great because actually I cannot castle king side, so I have to castle queen side, and well, this could get funny. Because okay, maybe chess wise it's more interesting to play with a bit higher rated guys, but on the other hand you want to give the amateurs also a chance to play against the top guns, and that's why they are premium members. Everybody should get a chance to play against a serious player from time to time, because normally you don't have this possibility at all. So I think it's also good I play some mixed level players. So now point is that this pawn on c7 is a kind of a bit annoying for him. So at some point he needs to collect it, but once you collect it, he has to pay attention to this move e6, because my bishop is here on f4. In fact, I'm not sure this move rook e1 was so great. Maybe I should have played queen d4 right away. Asking my opponent some questions about the d7 pawn. And e5 pawn was not really hanging, because if you take, in the end d7 will be hanging. Okay, Kuzma, you want to play a game? Are you sure about that? We can play one game and then I will have a break, or I'll play you after the break. Whatever you want. Okay, let me just put my rook on d6. So positionally, my opponents are kind of suffering, of course, and I'm just collecting material everywhere I can. So now I'm just threatening to play rook d1 and rook d8, and it's... Okay, Kuzma, maybe some other day I give you a chance. Once I have this rook on d8, it's some kind of lock on the position. So basically my opponent will be sort of still-mated. Let's see, I take this guy. Check Burg. Check Burg. Check. Okay, it should be easy win. This endgame. Okay, I'm pawn up. He will eventually collect that pawn, but that's not really a big deal for me. I'm just entering with the king. I don't know what he wants. Basically, I'm just going to push my pawns, so... Let me just think how... Okay, just... Yeah, you're... Alright guys, let's have a little break. Let me get one more coffee for the final session. And well, hopefully there will be some interesting games. Okay, see you in a few minutes. I'm back to business, and okay, one more session of 2 hours, and then Gusti is coming in. So let's see. The last session is normally going to be the most difficult one. Let's see if I'm getting tired or not. But so far, it has been smooth sailing. Thank you guys for playing soft. Anyway, it's time to get back to work. All right. So, who we have? Let's play some random guy from Germany. What's his name? All right. How is the visual? Because I have. Do you have the screen right? Okay. Let me know if something is wrong. So it's going to be a perch. Let's see. I had a few games in this line. Long ago, I think, against Mr. Sachs, if I remember correctly. Is the screen all right? I think so, yeah. All right, so we're playing this perch, and well, this is some. Okay, of course, white is very solid here, but black. I tried to play some kind of. It used to be perch, but now it looks more like a Sicilian, and now it looks like this guy wants to kill me. Okay. No problem with that. That's how nature works. But okay, I just also want to jump to c4 and let's see how he feels about that. We're not going down just like that. And knight to c4 might be a little bit annoying for this poor guy. But I like to use the other knight, because this knight is actually protecting the d5 square. Okay, so this I think is something not to be recommended, because now I'm getting to this beautiful c4 square, and well, he's going to lose the dark squared bishop, that's for sure. Knight b5 not to be recommended because of queen a5 check, losing a piece. So okay, he's playing c3. Solid move, not a bad move, to be honest. Now, okay, now the question is, what do I want with my knight? I think I like to keep my knight. Of course he can, well, he's playing for mate. Well, if you know me better, then you should know that I'm not really impressed by this kind of stuff. And I'm looking for counterplay against his queen side. I don't think there's any mate coming here very soon. So especially because his pawn is already on g5, so he never has his bishop h6 ideas. And once he has a queen on the h file, I think I can simply move my rook. And then what? You have one check? Okay, no big deal. So, Mr. Okay, cannot pronounce his name. Bishop to e4. What does he want? Some sacrifice somewhere? Maybe he's planning to play some knight e6 move. I have to be a little bit careful, but cannot really imagine that would be a serious problem, but I have to be a little bit careful at least. Knight e6, is that a problem or not? Let me just move this rook, just in case, because I think he has only one chance, is to play knight e6. If not, I'm simply going to kill him on the queen side. So good or bad, I think he has basically no options. Yeah, and this alright, so what does he want here? Okay, let me play a little trick with this guy or not. Now, once he moves his pawn to f4, the problem is basically that my king has shelter. Because there's some lines, knight e6 and take on g6, and he can check and queen f3 check and smoke my king out, but this is not going to work anymore. Having said that, of course I have to be careful here. But my attack should be faster than his. So if he takes on g6, I take on b2, he takes on f7, and of course I will play king f8 and I will be relatively safe there. Yeah, I think not sure what he wants here, because I don't see any mate. And now I'm just collecting. Massacre completed. Yeah, so This could have been tricky, but well, I must say I was not that worried. But he should have played knight e6 at some point, good or bad. Okay, let's play some Nimzo. You guys are not tired yet? Tired of being beaten? Can't believe I drew one game today. Although I must say one guy he missed like mate in two, but yeah. I'm not sure this opening is so great for me, but yeah, okay, so let me just complete my development, and then at some point I like to push my, I want to say my center, but now the guy kind of pushed very quickly, so now I like to check him how he's going to save this pawn on b5. Maybe not at all, maybe he shouldn't, maybe now he needs to take on a4. But that's some kind of concession, of course, because I have the rook on the open a file. My knight will eventually will go to c4 unchallenged, so Mr. Kuzma, I thought you didn't want to play anymore, but okay, I can play you. Sure, I will take you down next. Don't worry, your time will come. So let me see if this works. And take here. And I have the nice pressure against his queen side. He can win the pawn back, but it's not going to finish well for him. Yeah, a5, but this is... So now I'm a pawn up, and I have this beautiful knight here on c4. Not sure what intentions are of my opponent, but let me get rid of this light squared bishops. Maybe I shouldn't. I had some interesting other options as well. Maybe I should not have done that, but okay. I'll take this guy. Still not so easy, because now with this bishop on gone, this pawn on b5 might be a bit vulnerable. Yeah, but I had some ideas here. And okay, let me just push this guy, just to keep him busy. Yeah, so that's not good. He's hanging the rook now. But okay, in general, I mean, I would want to distract him and to move the knight, and then his bishop is just attacking some air, but okay, just taking the rook. So, okay, now or never. You didn't make it. Alright, so... yeah, I think I will decline your draw offer. Thanks anyway. Correct, so... okay, Signor Kuzma. You were waiting for this. Normally I have to let the people wait 72 hours, but... and we get some transposition to the peerage. I hope you are prepared for this. Because I'm taking the center and I'm not going to give it away anymore. I thought that this banter blitz was kind of tough, but so far it has been smooth sailing. So I hope you guys also kind of enjoy it. So I just have the center and I just like to keep it. Because once you have the center, it deprives your opponent of a lot of possibilities. I mean, simply pieces have less squares to go to. Yeah, so knight to h5, but of course I'm not going to let him, I'm not going to give him knight f4 just for free. Probably I'll take it, the knight. So let me just ask him some questions there. f6. Yeah, this is a bit... of course, a bit unpleasant for him, this pin. It looks all kind of awkwardly placed. Maybe this is still possible, but maybe I should not have even allowed that, but this could get really ugly. I mean, it's positionally, I can see here this big hole. So, okay, let me take this knight. Is probably his only piece that is still good. So yeah, so he had to take with this pawn, because if G takes, I will play knight H4 and I will get there. So let me think. Okay, let me play H3 first, maybe to stop some G4 aggression. Not that I'm afraid of that at this moment, but actually I'm curious what is going to be his next move. In fact, he has only one plan, it's like to play knight F8 and bring the knight to G6. Okay, so there we go. This move D5 is a bit anti-positional, but okay, my idea is clear. I just want to go to F5. So I simply want to stop him from getting any active play, especially with F5 move. So I just want to put my knight on F5 at a given point. If I can trade this light squared bishops, I will be very happy, but still not so easy how I'm going to manage to do this, but basically black is also without any play. Yeah, so now I want to change this bishop. And once this bishop is gone, I have full access to this F5 square. That was simply the plan. G4, probably correct. I mean, he's looking for some play. But, you know, I'm very solid here with my knight on F3, simply defending everything. Maybe I should take the rook, maybe not. I think I prefer still to wait 1 or 2 moves. Yeah, so he takes it. Fair enough. Okay, he's going nowhere. So let's go check him there. And I think his only chance is the fact to play something like knight e5, because you really need to challenge this knight on f3. Because but if you don't move, well, then it's going to be hard as well. Is there a problem with my opponent's connection, or I don't know? Yeah. Yeah, let me be greedy. Yeah, 95, that's correct. Some bishop move. There is some problem with the connection because this is okay. I don't know what was this connection, but I didn't really get to see the move, so I don't know how it's possible that I'm just losing here on the clock because okay. Anyway, in the end, it was not so simple. I must say that black was getting some play, although I don't know what was this. If there's a problem with the connection or whatever, but kind of strange that what's going on here. Somehow there is some problem with the connection or something is wrong. Alright, well, what to do? Shit happens. It looks like we have some technical issues, but guys, take it easy in the chat. I mean, okay, these kind of things happen. But something is wrong here. Okay, now it looks like it's sort of getting to normal, but cannot really say that so excited what's happening to my clock from time to time. So this is my old pet line before King's Indian. But I must say the clock is really going weird. Well, my internet is the internet from Chess24 in Hamburg, so cannot really say much. But something is not really working properly right now. But okay. Probably I'm not tired, but the stream is getting exhausted. So actually I'm playing this before King's Indian line. I used to play it a lot back in the days, and somehow it's for King's Indian play it's very annoying when this knight on g5 can always jump to e6. So in fact black is forced to play in a way which is not really typical for a King's Indian player. He has to play much more positional chess. But I'm not sure. It looks like the connection has some issues. But well, sorry about that, guys. Anyway, it is as it is. So Mr. Trent will be now crying that the rating is not 2900, but I'm afraid that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock that I will be back to 2800 at best. So anyway, it's not about rating anyway. So we just try to have some interesting games, to have some fun. Yeah, so this is not very funny for you guys. For us, can talk a lot, but yeah, like I said, it's time for the guys to log out. Women can stay, of course. So my opponent had a little combination. He sacrificed a piece, won it back. Looked like he was winning a pawn, but now I'm winning the pawn back. And as a result I have this knight on e4. And I'll get a passed pawn on d6. So yeah, it's a pity that it has to end like this, but because now, for example, I don't know if my opponent is playing slowly or he's also suffering. Yeah? Yeah, let me finish this game, because then let me check with the tech guys what's going on, and we can have 1 more hour of banter blitz, because this is not good, yeah. Yeah, it seems I'm going to lose all the games on the clock. So let me check what's going on here, and because okay, this is not working. Hello guys, welcome back. Let's see if things are alright now. And how is the internet now? Let's see. So I lost 2 games on time. 7 hours of work vanished in 2 games because of bad internet. Well, that's really sad. Okay, let's play some more games and see if everything is doing alright. Can somebody tell me in the chat if things are alright or... It looks to me that things are not really fixed well.
Nah, you're still choppy.
Yeah.
Go back on mute.
Hmm?
Now you went back.
Hello guys, welcome back. And it seems that the tech guy, he fixed the problem. So, well, it's kind of unfortunate. 7 hours of hard work trying to push the Banterthon rating up to 2900 in 2 games. I got screwed very badly. Okay, we have still 1 hour to go till Goosey is taking over. So anyway, I know that I'm always the last one in the session, so I'm in control over this account, whatever Mr. Trent has in mind. So let's go to back to play. No hard feelings here, so let's see who is there. I think I was supposed to play Mr. Ice Bear. If he's still around, I can still play him. Let me check Mr. Ice Bear, is he still there? Well, anyway, I think if the account will be on 3000, it will be too much for Mr. Trent to handle, so okay, anyway, let's see what's the situation now. So, Mr. Icebear, are you still there? Yes, he is there. We are back in business. Excellent. 1 hour still of some chess. Always this Catalan is really getting all my nerves. E4 is not supposed to be so great, because somehow I have now this A5 square available. Anyway, it doesn't stop me from playing B5, so what's the point if you make a move and you really don't prevent me from playing B5? Yes, Macaulay is in charge of it, and he looks like he fixed it for now, so good for Jan Gustafsson, who is going to take over in 1 hour. Let me quickly kick some ass before, otherwise. But yes, now it's just the last 2 games, kind of very unfortunate. I think once I played some kid in the simul and he played this move knight to e5. Actually kind of dangerous move. Maybe this is also possible, but it's not clear yet where this is going on. But okay, I just want to castle, develop my bishop and be a pawn up. Well, I'm not really exhausted right now. It's more that you bit disappointed that well, I mean, we had this stream problems, which is not so funny, of course. It's not how it should be. So Icebear is changing some pieces, and he's fishing in my backyard. Okay, this could get tricky, but let me take this guy. So I'm pawn up, but okay, of course white has some nice compensation. But still, if I just have 1 or 2 moves, I can consolidate play bishop b7, get rid of this knight, and I will be doing very fine. This knight on e5 is also a monster. So maybe you should try maybe something like f4, pushing my knight, and then I don't know, knight g5 or something like that. Not sure this move is really... I have to be careful though. Because I don't want my king to be pushed there, but... Okay, let's see. It's going to be interesting at least. I'm not sure this is so great for me. It's a bit tricky. You should now push h5. Or this one first and then h5. Of course, this is dangerous stuff. Dangerous stuff. Let me remove this knight. And play f5 and it's a bit drawish still, but well, I have this queenside majority and he needs to be careful that at some point I start pushing my pawns. Yeah, but this doesn't really bother me that much. I'm still solid. Yeah, so if I go king h6, he takes on f5. If I take here, he takes on g7. But I think I will be fine here, but of course it's very tricky here. It's very tricky. So if I play knight f6, maybe we can even try a move like g4. Then I cannot take this pawn because of rook h7 mate. So I have to be extremely careful here. Now I'm winning some time for my rook maneuver. And now this rook is very good on g6. And now I'm going for the counterattack. Now all is protected. Yeah, it was a difficult game, so let's play a few more games. Dirkje, wake up. Wake up, Dirkje boy. Okay, Dirkje is sleeping probably. Let's play some Silvo. Who is Silvo? From Finland. Playing the Nimzo with knight to e2. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, Dirkje was sleeping. Well, I'm not sure he was even allowed to be there in the first place because he skipped from work probably. Bad boy. If you want to look at how to study initiative, look at some books from Kasparov or Shirov. That's good material to study. Yes, so this is kind of, it looks more like a King's Indian than a Nimzo, but well, who cares how we call it? I'm a little bit worried about this move because I'm bringing my queen very far from the king side. It's really could be risky with some sacrifices on h5 and stuff like that. Hopefully I can get away with that, but this looks dangerous, to be honest. It looks dangerous. But okay. I must say that Gavan books, they got good reviews, but I must say that I really didn't have any time to read them anyway, so alright, so what's going on here? Let me try to confuse my opponent a little bit with some strange moves. Yet now I'm getting a bit more confident about my position, that my position should be sort of alright. Although I should be very careful still. So, not sure what the guy is actually threatening. Well, maybe he wants to go to e4, some knight to e4, but and if I move the queen, he will push b4, takes, knight to difficult to say what's going on. Difficult to say what's going on here. Oh, let me try to confuse him one more time. Okay, I take the pawn. No problem. No problem. Happy to take this pawn. Again, making some strange moves, but looks like a good move, just to keep the knight on d4. I don't think he wants to take on c6, because then my bishop will be active. And I'm looking to change the queens. If not, I will take on c4. Thank you. And I think my queen will be good. No, maybe I can just play this one, knight to b3. And then I put the pawn on a4. f4. What this guy wants. Okay, let me jump. Jumping jack is coming. Yeah, this is just killing. Looks like just winning a piece. This one is hanging. Everything is hanging. Okay. I have to protect my king. Bring in the troopers. If he plays f6, I'm not worried about anything. So let's bring the knight. Okay, now it's time to take this guy. It's time to okay, give me the rook, thank you very much. Yeah, and it's going to be resigns. 20 seconds, 10 seconds, it's enough. Okay, next. Who is next? Let's play quickly some more games. To increase the rating again.
Having fun?
Well, Jan Gustafsson just entering the house. I just lost the 2 games on bad connection.
Oh, good.
So, yeah.
It's always my favorite part. Tech problems.
Tech problems, yeah. So, I used to be on 2870, and now I'm back 2829.
Ah. Personally, I'm more like a 2770 player, so it's good if you can get down to that level.
Yeah, I know that. Anyway, it would be such a waste. So, but I told the viewers that well, I'm in since I'm doing the last session, so I'm kind of in control of the.
Oh, that's true. You
Yeah.
control the fate, yeah?
Yeah. So, alright, so Jan is going to play in half an hour. Till then,
All the strong players have their alarm set, yeah? 4 p.m.
yeah.
They're challenging.
Hmm. I think they should be ready for Mr. Trent. I think that's
I'm not so sure that's
Yeah?
the soft spot. He's very resilient because he's used to being up all night. Yeah, that's the guy.
Mm-hmm. Jan didn't bring me any pizza, so that's really sort of disappointing news.
I'll be nice though. I can get you something. What do you want? Probably not pizza.
Yeah, I'm in half an hour. I'll just check my options, so I'm not too worried. So I'm putting this knight on h5. So I'm ready for a rook swing to g3. So my opponent is actually helping me to make it work. It's nice of him. So now it really looks very threatening. This rook g3 and some heavy stuff. Okay, so should I punish the guy already? Okay, let's just can I take the guy? Can I take it? Okay, let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's put maximum pressure on the guy. I don't know why I didn't play queen g4. Ah, that's too complicated anyway. So of course, the only question, well, he has only one move, is actually to take. If you don't take, well, yeah, so that's correct. But I'm not sure this is going to be so great for me, but we will soon find out. So actually he has only one move here, is f5. Just taking some risk here. The risk is that it might not work for me. I didn't need to do that. Yeah, those kind of pushing my luck a little bit. Okay, still it's extremely dangerous for him, but why would I just take this kind of risks? What is this move? So, as you can see, I always have this move rook h3 after queen takes h5, and that's kind of... I should be winning here. I have 3 pawns and some attack going on. Rook h3 is also a serious threat. And I cannot imagine my opponent surviving here. Should not have given him... Okay, now let's have a little fun with my opponent. Let's hope he's playing knight to d5. Let's see how he reacts to this move, knight f6. If knight takes, rook takes, queen mate. Yeah, that one was forced. And check Burke. Okay, material wise, it's maybe not even that bad for the guy, but maybe I made some imprecise moves. The guy is trying to defend. He's fighting hard, I must say. And I'm not playing well, to say the least. Well, he has little time, but can't really say that I'm so excited about my play here. Just to repeat once. And then take some stupid risks. Yes, I should have lost this game. Well, okay. It's almost the end of the session, so let's play a few more guys. Let's see. Jordan. Okay, this is 3-minute blitz. Actually, I should play 5 minutes, but okay, because this is poor guy Jordan van Foreest. This is something I could not really let it go just like that. Jordan, come on. Don't chicken out. Jordan, as Gusti is calling him. Last week I had a tough training session with him and his brother, so of course now completely exhausted. Especially his brother gave me a headache. Let's see how Jordan is playing this. If he has any clue at all. Okay, so he gets what he wants. Not sure he should be wanting this, because his bishop is really not doing anything here. Jordan, this is really bad. Now you see the dark squares. This is not what I taught you. He is asking for trouble, like most of you guys. One time I was playing Benjamin Bock, but he was playing so badly I could not imagine it was him. But later actually he confessed that actually it was him. But okay, this Jordan van Forace is just a fish.
Come in, and the first sentence I hear is this: Jordan van Forace is just a fish.
Yeah. Well, he is, huh?
Who do you respect of other Dutch players? Is there anybody?
If I'm respecting anybody at all. Oh, Jordan. Is this really possible, Jordan? Maybe it is. Yeah, make some more bad moves and make my day. I'm wondering who taught him how to play chess.
Tiviakov?
Tiviakov is now, or Sipke Ernst. Pick your poison. Trying to sell me some shit, this guy Jordan. Did you see this move, Jordan? Queen e5? I guess you didn't, huh? I guess you didn't. Bye bye, Jordan. Bye bye. Let me just take this guy. Okay, these guys only have chance in 3-minute blitz, but okay. Sorry guys that I couldn't really speak too much during the blitz, but well, this is the problem with this 3-minute blitz, that yeah, Jordan is a nasty flagger. Okay, we take some more challenges. Who is next? Where are my challenges? Where are my challenges? Yeah, too bad. This guy still has to learn a lot. He's calling himself Dutch champion. But okay, probably now he's just celebrating his draw. Okay, just play a few more games. Simba, Dutch guy. I know this kid. Let's see how good he is. Also 3 minutes. Well, I shouldn't take this 3-minute challenges, but I was not really paying attention, but okay. Simba 7. Hello Simba boy. Okay, let's, if you don't want to play, let's see if Dirk here already woke up. Let's see if we have some tough guys still to play. Just to finish with a bang. Well, I don't see too many, so. Okay, Simba, I give Simba a chance to play. But now you missed your chances, now you're playing with black, so. And it's 5 minutes. Actually, you shouldn't play knight c6 against bishop e3. Now this is not a good version. Here white is a bit better. So basically, actually I want to play on the king side, on the queen side, so it's strange to castle queen side and to play there, but in the end I just want to play c5, knight c4 anyway, so This doesn't really bother me. And not sure what he does is so. Okay, I'm now already threatening to play knight to b6. And maybe he wants to play b5, but I'm going to fix him there. So if he plays b5, I go knight a5.
Very instructive. I saw your king on b1. I'm confused a bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Still, yeah.
You're confused, yeah, by.
Yeah. I normally have it on g1 and then I get mated.
So Gusti is trying to help you guys by trash talking me, but
No, I'm trying to learn.
well,
Do you win against Jordan?
no, he flagged
Flagged
me.
you, yeah?
It was a draw in the end. Yeah, nasty kids, and dirty kids.
I'm normally on the side of the flaggers because else it's hard for me to keep justifying to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have your chess culture, so I need to win on time.
Mm-hmm.
It's my main
Sorry to hear that.
main skill. Nah, it's okay.
So he decides to go for this, and okay, let's see what he's going to do after this. Knight takes b5. I hope he.
I will guess queen c2 and the ab5.
Yeah, I'll take the knight on b6.
Fe.
Yeah, and I'll take on b5.
And then you'll have bishops.
I have bishops, yeah. I can also take back on, but I'm not sure that I want that. So if I take here, okay, he still has rook b8. Okay, this is getting interesting. But maybe I should not get involved in this kind of crap. Maybe I should just play with the bishops. Let him take, bishop f3, d5, rook d1. At some point his center will collapse.
Are you only playing against Dutch guys?
Yeah, you didn't know? Because they are so soft.
Oranje Tom.
Eh? So he's trying to be tricky here. Okay, okay, you got it your way. You get it your way. Still I have the better structure, but yeah, no more bishops. This move was also not maybe my best move ever. Somehow a little bit losing the thread of the game. Should have. Yeah, I'm afraid the best I have is a draw here, so what to do? Let me see if I can really push it for a win still. Okay, probably I should try at least. Okay, maybe he is also trying himself. Alright, we have a game. Excellent. Good boy. We have a game here. He might regret it later, but at least he's playing like a man. He will be regretting what he's doing here, but maybe not. Still believe he should try to make a draw here. Yeah, no, this is asking for trouble. Now the guy is pinned. And that should not be good. This should not be good for him, the poor boy. Yeah, now he wants a draw, but too late for that. Maybe it. And he's going to be seriously pinned. And I queen with check. Oof. Okay, I play one more game and then poor Gusti is going to take it over.
Can't wait. You
Yeah.
still look rested. Maybe I'll just go back to bed and you do another 8 hours.
Yeah, sure.
It's not tough enough for you.
So last one, try to pass me from Turkey. So if I pass you, then it's time for Gusti to take over. And we have a sort of accelerated dragon. Yes, so probably is going to play knight g4.
Are those lines from your childhood?
Yeah, I used to play some of these lines as black. I don't really you can think call it my childhood, but yeah,
From
my,
your 30s?
my dark past, yeah, if that's what you mean. So the guy has his knight on b4. I don't know what's doing on b4, but maybe one day we will find out. Just trying to put my pieces on sensible squares. And at some point our opponent will collapse. That's normally the game plan. Let me should I get rid of this bishop on g7 or not? That's always the question. Okay, first king h1. If you don't know what to do, we play king h1.
I've learned more than in the 8 hours I watched Lawrence Trent tonight already.
I hope so, yeah. If you didn't, then okay, let's play this bishop anyway. Maybe we have some ideas with playing knight to f5 and queen to g5. Actually, that would be an idea which Trent would see instantly.
That is true.
So if pawn takes queen g5, knight e6, bishop takes e6. And we just want to make, well, some small problems. I think he can simply take on h6, and I don't think I can take with the queen, because I think you can just take back. But it's not over yet.
So you're hoping for h5, huh?
h5 would be fine with me, yeah, sure. Then I have queen h6 check and queen takes g6, and our friend on b3 is still active. Alright, so he takes, so let me just get this check in first, just in case. Now to get the rook to h3 and it's game over. Or a knight somewhere. Maybe you should not have allowed this move e5, because this could get ugly.
Some rook d6 business.
Yeah, rook d6, knight f6, yeah, that's correct. So also this move is really inviting me for moves like knight e4, and now threatening either knight g5 or knight to f6. This is simply, okay, I think he has to give the queen now in order to stay alive. Wow, this is, I don't know what is this, but knight g5 looks strong to me.
Looks dangerous.
It looks dangerous.
Rook f7 is a high price to pay to what it makes.
Yeah. Alright guys, so this was it for today. Well, what I can say, I drew 2 games which I should have won, especially against Jordan van Voorhees, but credit to Man of Light and Jordan from Forest. I mean, it was a pity we had a problem with the stream and that I got flagged, but like Gusti said, that the Banterthon rating is already a bit too high for him anyway, so I mean, so guys, now it's you have Gusti is going to be all yours, and well, I will be around. I'll be back tomorrow. Dirk, you woke up finally. Okay, good to see that. Alright guys, then take care and see you.